Unexpected Engagement, Unexpected Love Book Number 1. Written by Debbie Civil. Narrated by Millie Ann Shipe and Oliver Johnson. Prologue, Tamara. I took a deep breath as my high-heeled shoe began tapping against the linoleum. The air reeked of delicious heart-attack-inducing fried food mixed in with the slightest hint of cleaning solution. The restaurant was packed with people who were enjoying the cuisine, not concerned with the overdressed idiot sitting in the back. Well, overdressed was a bit of an understatement since I still wore the off-white beaded veil. Footsteps alerted me to the approach of a server who walked over with pity in her blue eyes. The girl couldn't have been more than 16. Her red hair was up in a ponytail, her plump lips painted a bold red. She held her head up with confidence, something that I was desperate to steal. When I was her age, I couldn't sneeze without having a panic attack. It wasn't like I was much of an improvement at 24. Where in the hell did my orderly, predictable life vanish off to? "A runaway bride?" she asked, her sympathetic words making sweat drip down my back. Please don't let this girl recognize me. Please let this horrible day stay off social media. Not by choice, I wanted to say. But I simply nodded and glared at the worn black purse that rested on the table beside me. It was fortunate that Charlotte lost the opportunity to weigh me down with unnecessary accessories. Our appointment with Pastor Graham was in 15 minutes. When I didn't walk through the church doors, Dallas would come looking for me. "Ma'am, are you okay?" Ugh, nothing was worse than being called ma'am by a teenager. "I'm fine. Can you bring me a club soda?" I asked, my voice coming out scratchy. "No problem, ma'am. I'll be right with you." The server responded, momentary relief hitting me when she rushed off. It would be fine. Dallas would forgive me for standing him up. He would have acted with the same haste had he received the same text message that brought me to this diner. His life was worth more than hurt feelings. If my decision destroyed our relationship, then I couldn't think like that. Not after everything we'd been through. Dallas wasn't simply a fiancé, a lover, a partner. He was my best friend and soulmate. He knew that I'd never do a thing to deliberately humiliate him. He needed to be shielded from the toxicity that touched my life. I needed to be strong and keep my distance. The thought of never having the luxury of being wrapped in Dallas's loving arms caused a tear to trickle down my face. "Here you go, ma'am. Do you want any food?" she inquired. "Hell no, I could barely breathe, let alone eat." "Gravy and biscuits will be fine," I automatically replied. Ordering Dallas's favorite gave me an unexpected jolt of warmth. Dallas. What was he doing right about now? Was he on his way to the church, dressed in something that displayed his fine physique, excited to meet me at the altar? I couldn't fault him for the excitement. He would be thinking, we finally made it. Obstacles kept on popping up like a jack-in-a-box that Renae was cruelly twisting. She enjoyed breaking me down. "Tamara, we need to talk," a familiar voice announced. I froze, icy fear nearly stopping my fragile heart. Just when I believed that life couldn't get any worse, the psycho that tried to murder me plopped down across from me as if we were friends meeting for dinner. I would have run, but where in the hell was I going to go? I was wearing a dress that weighed more than I did, which meant that escaping him would be nearly impossible. I followed the trajectory of the monster's hand, nervous that he was going to unwrap the silverware and attack me with it. But all he did was stare me down as if I were a stubborn child who was in the midst of unnecessary hysterics. His demeanor caused an unsettling thought to slip into my mind. I may not have much time left, He probably came here to finish the job he started 6 years ago. I thought of Dallas and all the years I wasted resisting him. I would have soaked up his love and squeezed in as many kisses a girl can have in a short lifetime if I had known that I'd face my murderer so soon. But that's the one thing that someone can never plan for. How much time you have with the one you love. Chapter 1. Tamara. I observed Dallas, who was lying in his bed, his face pressed into the crook of his arm. The position would send pins and needles through his arm once he moved it. My eyes landed on his pillow that was resting on the floor right next to a motorcycle helmet. Oh, hell no! Dallas isn't getting on one of those death traps. Images of Dallas being flung from the bike only to be flattened by a truck assaulted my mind. No! I was going to convince him to stop. That was it. He would hear reason and pick a new hobby. I racked my brain, trying to recall Dallas expressing interest in riding a killing machine. I knew that Jared, our other best friend, passed his motorcycle driver's test last week. Could that be influencing Dallas? I needed to ask him, and I wasn't going to get any answers watching him sleep. "Dee, wake up," I called as I snatched up the phone that was charging on his nightstand. Every Thursday, Dallas and I ordered pizza and watched TV in his living room. He hadn't been waiting for me in our usual spot, a detail that wouldn't annoy most people, but I craved predictability, a fact that Dallas would tease me about from time to time. It was 6:05, 10 minutes later than we usually ordered pizza, and Dallas was still slumbering away. "Dallas Wade Washington, if you don't open your eyes, I'll dump water on you." If there were such things as spirit animals, Dallas would be a koala bear. He slept every chance he got. "I love to swim," Dallas grumbled, rolling on his other side. "I'll be sure to use water from the toilet," I clarified. He sat up so fast that his blanket fell to the hard wood, revealing his sleeping attire. Nothing but boxers. Shrieking, I tossed a pillow at his stomach and covered my eyes, eager to chase the image of his morning wood away. Wait, it was nearly sunset. Could it still be called morning wood? I had no clue and was desperate to think of something else. "It's just skin, Mare," Dallas said, cracking up. The nerve of that guy being late and undressed on top of that. "You're supposed to be waiting for me downstairs," I replied, sounding accusatory. "Sorry, Mare. Via came over earlier and we fell asleep together. She slipped out 2 hours ago," Dallas said. Jealousy burned me from the inside out. It wasn't Dallas that I wanted. No, he was like an immature little brother. But why couldn't I have a boyfriend that desired to cuddle with me? "Oh, well, get dressed. I'll meet you downstairs," I responded, feeling uncomfortable with our routine being tampered with. I removed my hands from my face in time to see Dallas shaking his head. He slowly snatched up a t-shirt from the floor and struggled into it. Dallas patted the spot beside him on the bed, but I chose to sit on the desk chair. It was awkward to sit on the same sheets where Dallas was just rolling around with his naked girlfriend. "Did you convince Jared to go to the prom?" he asked as I clicked on the delivery app we love to use. "No. Pepperoni pizza with onions and cheesy garlic bread. I heard that the cinnamon sticks were good." "You always get the garlic breadsticks," I replied, panic beginning to claw at my throat. Change was like poison. It infected and killed situations. One minute, Dallas would want to try a different menu item. The next, he was changing the restaurant. Then, Dallas's hands cupped my cheeks and his brown eyes met mine. "Hey, Mare, it's all right. It's just cinnamon sticks," he softly said, planting a tender kiss to my forehead to reassure me. His touch shoved the panic right out of my mind, leaving nothing but warmth in its wake. Dallas was my best friend, the one person that understood me. "Sorry," I whispered. "It's okay," he said, releasing his hold on me and sitting down. "Did you know there is a Facebook group dedicated to how much people hate me?" I asked after placing the order. Dallas shook his head. "Mare, you know what Dr. Williams said. You shouldn't Google yourself." Which was downright annoying. All of the anxiety came from not knowing what was floating around the internet. A text message came up on Dallas's phone, and I tapped on it. Via. Hey, babe, are you meeting me tonight? Those words made me freeze for a moment, but then I forced myself to speak. Via wants to know if you're hanging out with her tonight. Tell her no, that I'm with you, Dallas responded. His eyes held a bit of guilt, which was off-putting. But I did what he asked. Dallas. Hanging out with Tamara. Via. Okay. I clicked back into the delivery app and tracked our food's progress. Dallas shifted on his bed and rubbed his face. Mare, there's going to be a change of plans, he said. Change of plans? Did he have to use those exact words? That's how everything started, with the word change. So you're seeing Via tonight? I was relieved when Dallas shook his head. Since Jared refuses to go to prom, Via canceled the limo. You can ride with us to the prom. But, to my surprise, Dallas actually blushed. But, I stretched out the word, panic making my heart race. I got a hotel for after prom. Why? I wondered. Dallas held up a hand. So Via and I can have sex. Why else? Wasn't she already having sex with you earlier? Count to 10, Tamara. Your voice is coming out as if you were a mouse that was being strangled. No, we watched a movie and cuddled, Dallas explained. His blush made tightness fill my chest. Via was nothing more than an empty shell that presented herself well. Dallas could have chosen better for himself. I wasn't sure what bothered me about the voluptuous brunette. She was nice enough, but always shot me uneasy glances whenever our friends weren't looking. Why the hotel? Have you never? Mare, will you be okay with getting a ride home with your dad after prom? Dallas frantically interrupted. I didn't understand why until the door flew open, and his mother Patricia poked her head in. Patricia Washington was a short woman with honey-brown skin, shoulder-length chemically straightened black hair, and kind blue eyes. She wore a knee-length black skirt and a dark blue silk blouse. Her feet were bare. Hi, kids. Larry and I are leaving, she quickly informed us. Bye, Pat, I replied, shooting her a grin. Dallas just nodded and waved, then his mother was gone. A pang filled my gut watching a mother and son interact. Mom was in LA with my stepfather Thomas and younger sister Renae, living the glamorous life that her newfound fame provided them. I was in Weston, Massachusetts, trying not to resent Mom for abandoning me. You okay? If you need me to drive you home, I can, Dallas said. I shook my head, not wanting to cramp his style. Don't worry about me, Dallas. I hope you enjoy yourself. Dallas nodded. A thought occurred to me. You know what? Don't worry about picking me up for prom. I think some alone time will be great for you two. I wrongfully assumed that Dallas would appreciate my thoughtfulness. Instead, he sighed. I get it, Mare. You aren't happy with me not giving you a ride home, but you don't have to be difficult, Dallas snapped. Difficult? I'm trying to stay out of your way, I said, getting worked up. I'm sorry if me trying to help your odds at getting ass is making me difficult. Dallas got to his feet. His eyes filled with regret. I also stood, deciding that maybe it wasn't best if I hung out with him tonight. Maybe he was annoyed that I was keeping him from Via. Damn, if only we stuck to our usual routine, this disagreement wouldn't be happening. Mare, I'm not hungry, Dallas. We can do this another time, I said. He shook his head and wrapped me in a hug. My face landed on his shirt, which smelled like detergent and a hint of mint. His closeness shoved away any intentions I had of going back to my empty house. Sighing, I wrapped my arms around his neck. He pressed a kiss on the top of my head as his hands rubbed my back. We stood so close, and it felt warm, like soaking in a hot tub that was the perfect temperature. I want you to ride with me to prom. We won't have much time to spend together. Mom and Dad were under the delusion that I was spending the summer in LA. Or maybe it was me who was delusional enough to think that I could get out of the visit. But come on, the chaos of that world was no place for someone like me. Being Renae's guest at some stuffy awards show nearly sent me into cardiac arrest. Dallas, I'm a girl. If I planned on having sex with my boyfriend, I wouldn't want his best friend tagging along on our date. I'll be all right. I assured as I ran my fingers through his black ringlets. Dallas shrugged and abruptly tossed me onto his bed. I was about to sit up when he collapsed beside me. "What movie do you want to watch?" Dallas inquired as he grabbed the TV remote off the floor. "It's your turn to pick," I reminded him. Dallas put on that night's basketball game and rolled to face me. He rested his head on my shoulder and took deep breaths. "I'm going to miss you, Mare." "I know, Dee. I'll miss you too." Whatever odd energy that was flaring up between Dallas and me was shattered by the dinging of his phone. "That's probably the food," Dallas said before rolling out of bed. "Aren't you going to put some pants on?" I asked. Dallas shook his head, checked his phone, then hurried out of the room. He returned moments later with our food. I sat up and scooted to the edge of the bed. Dallas sat beside me with the boxes still in hand. He handed me the smaller box and I opened it and stared at the cinnamon sticks. They smelled sweet, which was a good thing. I dipped one of the sticks in the icing and took a bite. "Delicious, but tastes like dessert," I pronounced. Dallas nodded. "Then we'll eat those after we finish the pizza," he decided, snatching the half-eaten stick I was holding and finishing it off. "I bit that," I cried, disgusted. "So?" Dallas said, unbothered that we just possibly swapped spit. He opened the box of pizza and pulled out a slice. I shook my head and closed the box of dessert sticks, mentally pondering why it was listed under appetizers. I happily grabbed a slice of pepperoni pizza and took a big bite. We ate, watched the game, and talked at commercials. Overall, it was a pleasant night. There was no way that I'd give up the potential of having more experiences like this to live in a congested, polluted city.
Chapter 2. Dallas. "Dallas!" my mother shouted, which ejected me from a deep sleep. I opened my aching eyes and pressed a hand to my forehead. Damn, a headache was coming on. The feeling that happened after being abruptly woken from a deep sleep was unpleasant. I let out a yawn as my door flew open, slamming against the wall. Moments later, the dark room was illuminated by bright light, which led to an uncomfortable period of adjustment on my part. "Mom, what's wrong?" I asked. Her blue eyes, which were usually filled with love and compassion, were spitting rage. The smile that I've grown used to seeing was gone, and it was replaced by a hard frown. "Get out of bed," she ordered. Oh, crap. Did she figure out what Via and I were going to do after prom? Mom was no prude, but expressed the importance of waiting for the right woman to come along. Via was convenient, I had to be honest with myself. I cared about her, but not in the she's going to be my wife kind of way. Mom knew it. "What's going on?" I stumbled out of bed and pulled on a pair of shorts that were in a heap by my bed. I fetched a clean t-shirt from the dresser drawer and clumsily put it on. Hopeful that this wasn't going to be an outdoor trip, I slipped into a pair of house slippers that Tamara gave me for Christmas last year. "Where are we going?" I asked. The sun wasn't even up yet. Hopefully, Mom wasn't expecting to have a heart-to-heart in the backyard. "To the living room. I told him he has 5 minutes with you. Make them count," she said in a harsh tone. "Who has 5 minutes with me?" I asked, fearing that James, Via's hunter father, was waiting for me with a shotgun. "Move it!" I snatched a mint out of the candy bowl on the nightstand and rushed down the stairs. I popped the candy into my mouth and entered the living room. A stranger was pacing the floor, his familiar dark brown eyes darting around the place. He had black curly hair, olive skin, and a lanky build. He wore a Math is for Rockstars t-shirt and black jeans. His sneakers weren't name brand, but well taken care of. He abruptly stopped moving when he made eye contact with me. His eyes widened. "Okay, so I only have 5 minutes. I'll make the most of them. Hi, my name is Byron Washington, and I'm your brother. Technically, I'm your half-brother, but that stuff doesn't matter to me. I've been trying to meet you for 2 months. We're friends on Facebook, not that anyone cares about that sort of thing." This guy's rapid speed was making my head hurt. Hold on, I begged, trying to grasp the meaning of his words. We're related? I glanced at the clock on the virtual assistant that rested on the coffee table, which read that it was 2:30. Too early for life-altering revelations. I only have 3 minutes and 40 seconds left, Byron shrieked, clearly in a panic. Man, I either needed a beer or a cup of hot coffee. I collapsed onto the couch and took a deep breath, trying to recall the crap that Renae once rambled about. It was during a mostly one-sided conversation between us, when she explained how she centered herself by taking deep breaths and imagining floating on water. At the time, I thought she was spewing crap. But desperate times. What's up with the time limit? I asked. Your mother told me that she would only allow me in the house for 5 minutes. She still has hurt feelings since Dad never left Mom for her like he promised, Byron explained. My mother wasn't the home-wrecking type. She was too good for that. I was about to defend her honor, but Byron held up a hand. I have proof! I have letters, videos, and pictures. Our mothers used to be best friends. Mom flew into the room, her iPhone gripped in her hand. It's time to leave, Byron. I don't want to see you here ever again. The same goes for the rest of that family, she spat. So, 1 minute I was being told that I had a half-brother. The next moment I was being told that I couldn't see him? Mom, sit down, I said, trying to stay calm. If I yelled, she'd only dismiss everything I said. She looked as if she would refuse, but one glance at my facial expression changed her mind. She sat beside me, her hand resting on my shoulder. Her orange-scented perfume reached my nose. I tried not to think about the fact that she also smelled a bit like men's cologne. Byron, sit. I need the truth, and it will take more than 5 minutes for me to process it, I insisted. Mom jerked her hand away from me and scowled. Dallas Wade Washington, you're in my house. He deserves to know, Patricia, Byron said. He sat in the love seat and eyed me. Mom, were you best friends with his mother? No way in hell was Mom disloyal. I wouldn't believe it until she answered. Yes, Vivian and I were friendly. That's an understatement. You're my godmother, Byron objected. I waited for Mom to deny what Byron said, but she didn't. Instead, she waved what my brother said away, as if it meant nothing. Is our father dead? I asked. Sadness flashed across Byron's face, making relief slide into my heart. At least Mom was telling the truth when she explained that my father died in a car accident when I was 2. Yes, I'm sorry. A drunk driver plowed into him while he was heading to his car after a business lunch. Byron's grief seemed fresh, which was confusing. How long ago? I asked. 2 months. That's how I found out about you. Dad used to send your mother the monthly payments himself in exchange for updates about you. I told your mother that if I didn't get to speak with you, I wouldn't send any more payments. Byron shook his head. Dad wasn't the best person, but he was an okay father. He didn't understand me much. I think I'm his biggest disappointment, but I'm all right with that. Did my father ever want to meet me? I asked. According to the emails, he did, but your mom said that you weren't interested. Mom's hand squeezed my shoulder, a sign that I needed to end the conversation. It's pretty late. Where are you staying? I asked. Weston Hotel, Byron replied. I have to go home sometime today to take care of a few things, but I can come back. No, you can't, Mom shouted. I want nothing to do with that family. The hurt on Byron's face was enough to piss me off. Byron did nothing to you, I said, trying not to give Mom a tone. And it doesn't matter what you want. He's my brother, and I'm going to get to know him. Byron stood and suddenly rushed out of the house. I blinked, trying to figure out what in the hell was happening. When he came back, his arms were loaded down by a bundle of things he handed me. I got you a new iPhone, laptop, and cash. Oh, and the next time I come, we'll go car shopping. Whatever you want, you've got it. I've also given you a bank card, checkbook, and... I recognize that face. You're Washington and deserve everything that comes with it. And if Dallas doesn't check with me and use what I gave him, Patricia, your payments will stop, Byron rambled, eagerly holding out his fist to me. I eyed the crap in my arms and sighed. Man, my hands are full, I reminded my brother. Oh, right, so true. Just trying to do what the guys do. Anyway, I'm heading out. The Red Bull high is wearing off, Byron announced. Byron's departure left me alone with my mother, who refused to be the first one to break the silence. So, that's how you were able to afford a house on a waitress's budget, I said. Mom nodded and left the room, her silence causing my heart to crack. Dallas, are you listening? Via snapped. She reached for the phone in my hand, and I shook my head, her warning to keep her hands off. She was fed up with my sour attitude. I could tell by the curl of her lip. Where did you get the new phone? I thought that you couldn't even afford a limo for prom. Jared, who was sitting across from us at the lunch table, decided to chime in. Couldn't afford his own bike either. My uncle had to give him a loaner. I had $50K to play with, so didn't need his uncle's charity. Don't need the bike anymore, I said as I continued staring at the text, as if it would change what she wrote. Me. Mom, here's my number. Mom. Dallas, Larry and I are heading up to New Hampshire. I think we need time apart. Me. Okay. Don't be like that, Dallas. Some of us need more help than others. Jared was getting on my ever-loving nerves. Dee, you forgot this, Tamara said. I started as a tray of food was plopped down in front of me, followed by my backpack being dropped beside my chair. My best friend sat down in her seat, unearthing a lunch from her own backpack. She unwrapped her peanut butter sandwich and took a bite. I wished that Mare and I were back in my room, eating pizza and watching the game. Life was so simple last night. Dallas isn't hungry. He told me when I tried to get him lunch, Via said. Mare ignored her and opened her bag of pretzels. Via was clearly lying, probably to make herself look good. I couldn't care less about calling her on it. After thanking Tamara, I began eating the pizza on my plate. I'm sorry, Dallas, ringing through my head. If Mom was so sorry, why lie? Why not give me the opportunity to meet the man that fathered me? And why be so terrible to Byron, a kid that she stood in front of a church and vowed to lead through his spiritual journey? Mom is heading to New Hampshire, I said to no one in particular. Via and Jared shared a look that made no sense to me. That's sudden. Doesn't she want pictures of you and Via for prom? Mare asked. My parents will be taking pictures, Via replied. Dallas, want to help me with something next period? Mare asked. Since today was the last day of school for seniors, our classes consisted of annoying parties or giving last-minute presentations. Mare and I had study hall and gym for our last two classes, so her request made no sense. Sure, I replied. Why not ask Jared? Via butted in. Mare took one look at Jared and shook her head. It's a Renae thing. I doubt he can help. Well, that was a conversation killer. None of us wanted to touch the subject of Renae with a 10-foot pole. I didn't care, though. I ate my pizza, peppermint patty, and drank water while trying to figure out how I was going to handle Mom. The moment Mare led me to the vacated parking lot, I knew that something was up. Our study hall teacher told us that she didn't care what we did. We just needed to look busy or she would create work for us. Tamara headed toward Mom's minivan, her steps purposeful. As soon as we reached it, She pulled her spare key from her backpack and opened the door. My best friend tossed our backpacks in the middle seats. After that chore was done, she pocketed her keys and wrapped her arms around me, her cherry blossom scent reaching my nose. Her touch did something to me. All of the emotions that I was trying to bottle up flooded me. Her fingers sank into my hair, and her nails began scratching my scalp. Damn, Tamara was my girl. She got me more than my actual girlfriend did. My father died. The choked words barely escaped my mouth. I know, Dee, she softly replied. No, he really died. 2 months ago. Apparently he's been trying to deceive me for years, but Mom lied, saying that I had no interest, and Mare, I lost my chance. The tears really came then, as the realization that I would never know my father slammed into my soul. She released her grip on my scalp to hold me properly as I fell apart. Mare's hands rubbed my back, the soothing motions making it easier for the grief to expel from my body. After the tears slowed, I pulled away from Mare and rubbed my face. I have a brother, I announced. His name is Byron, and I think you'll like him. He's leaving this afternoon. Just like that, I spilled the entire story. When I was done speaking, Mare arched an eyebrow. Well? She asked. Well, what? Why not meet up with your brother? Why waste time when you can get to know him now? Her dark brown eyes held understanding. Her support sparked the desire to kiss her plump lips. I nixed that idea, knowing that Mare would probably freak out if I made a move on her. Go on, Dallas, text him. I fished the new iPhone out of my pocket and sent a text to Byron. Me. Hey, are you still in town? Byron. Yes. Me. Want to meet up right now? Byron. Sure. He said yes, I said, which made Mare grin. I figured he would. He does seem eager to get to know you. How will you get home? Mare laughed. Don't worry, Dee, I'll hitch a ride with someone, she assured, pulling me into a hug. Now go get to know your brother.
Chapter 3. Tamara. The chiming of the phone practically gave me a heart attack until I registered that it wasn't my 6:30 alarm. I rested the curling iron on a folded towel on the bathroom counter before racing down the hall to my bedroom. I tapped the answer button on my iPhone in the nick of time. Mom? I asked, surprised. She usually set aside Sunday afternoons to call me. Tamara, what are you doing? Why did it always sound like Mom was disapproving whenever she spoke to me? Getting ready for prom? Oh, that's tonight? What a stupid question. Yes, I confirmed, trying to keep the annoyance from my tone. That's lovely. Why didn't you make a spa appointment? Because spa appointments cost money, Mom. I overheard Grandma Mabel complaining to my dad about a few missing child support payments. The last thing I wanted to do was compound Dad's stress by having him waste money on pampering me for a stupid event that I was unenthusiastic about. The only reason I was attending was because the student council required it. After all, if a member of the committee involved with planning the senior prom refused to attend, then why should the other students? Whatever. As if anyone cared what the Ice Queen did. If you wanted things for prom, you should have gotten a job. Look at your sister Renae. She's working so hard and balancing school at the same time. A rush of anger caused my fist to clench. Knowing that this conversation would grow more aggravating by the second, I grabbed the stress ball resting on the dresser and began to squeeze. With all AP classes, senior council, and helping out at the soup kitchen, where would I find the time? Listen to yourself, Tamara. AP classes and some meaningless clubs mean nothing in the scheme of things. You wasted your time. If only you had gotten a part-time job, you would have. So, you're going to pay for college? How dare she criticize me when her guidance had been lacking? Mom was a parent that chose to be there when it was convenient for her. Unless I get a scholarship, Dad will go into debt to pay for college. You can't get a scholarship for school. If the gossip sites find out, it will make your sister look bad. I squeezed the stress ball so tightly that I swore that it would explode. Mom, I have to go soon, Tamara. I just wanted to let you know that I won't be able to go to your graduation this week. She said the words, this week, like she would have another opportunity to see me graduate high school. Sharp pain mingled with dejection, making it difficult to reply to her. Renae and I have an important business dinner to attend. Panic suddenly overtook me at the monumental change to the plan. Mom and I mapped the entire weekend out 2 weeks ago. Mom would fly in on Friday night, stay at the Westin Hotel. On Saturday, she would come over to my house and help me with my hair and makeup. I'd catch a ride with Dallas to the school, and my family would be there cheering me on. Renae's filming schedule meant that she'd miss the graduation, but that was all right. Renae and I weren't close. But Mom, parents didn't skip major milestones, did they? That isn't part of the plan, I rasped out. It is now, Mom responded, then hung up the phone without saying goodbye. As soon as the call ended, the phone alarm went off. Great. After turning off the alarm, I rushed back into the bathroom and arranged my black hair up in a half-up style before unplugging the iron. Minimal makeup was applied, then I dashed back to my room and changed into the prom dress that Grandma helped me pick out last weekend. After slipping into high-heeled sandals, I grabbed my clutch and raced for the stairs. There you are, Grandma said the moment I exited the front door of our 2-story house. She was sitting on the porch swing, sipping from her glass of lemonade. Is Dad back from the barber shop? I asked, nervously eyeing the empty driveway. He'll be back any second. Don't you worry about that, Tamara. Why don't you take a seat? Grams was trying to soothe me. It's obvious that Dad called her armed with an excuse for his tardiness. Since he drove Grandma's car, it wasn't like she could drive me to the prom. I could walk, I grumbled, considering the prospect of a 5-mile stroll wearing uncomfortable heels. You could carpool with Dallas. No, he's got plans with Via, I replied, sadness pulsing in my stomach. A normal grandma would then complain about how irresponsible her son tended to be. But since she's blissfully predictable, Mabel sang a different tune. Why didn't you catch a ride with other friends, Tamara? She asked. Because I don't have anyone to catch a ride with, I flatly replied. Whatever, I'll walk. I stormed back into my house and rushed up the stairs. There was no way in hell that I'd be able to walk in these senseless heels, so I put on my running shoes and tossed the heels in my purse and decided to leave the clutch behind. I'm sure your father will be here soon, Mabel said when she caught sight of me. Not likely. It was 7:15 and the barber shop usually closed by 7. It'll be all right, Grandma, I said. I rushed down the porch steps and began my long trek to the Westin Hotel. I collapsed on the stone bench by the hotel entrance and let out a sigh. It was 8, and sweat dripped from my forehead. My throat was dry and my calves ached. Hopefully, Dad could get it together enough to drive me home. I changed back into the high-heeled sandals and took a deep breath. Dinner had already ended by now, but the non-alcoholic bar was still open. Water was free, so a drink wouldn't be a problem. There was no need to be worked up. Change in this instance sucked ass, but at least I arrived at the stupid event. The glass doors to the hotel suddenly opened and Jared walked out. He was dressed in a black t-shirt, black jeans, and black boots. His dark brown hair was messy, as if electrical currents used it as a playground. His hair was confusing to see since he always wore it slicked back, his strands drowning in hair gel. "Jared?" I asked. He eyed me with barely restrained aggravation. That was startling since he was one of my friends. "Did I do something to you?" "Where's Dallas?" he demanded. "Probably inside with Via. Why?" For a moment, jealousy flared in his eyes, but then Jared forced a smile. "Why are you out here? Did you have another panic attack?" Jared sat beside me and my nose wrinkled. He smelled like a mixture of the overpowering perfume that Via often abused, sweat, and men's cologne. "You smell like Via," I complained. I thought that Jared would laugh or tease me about my wild imagination. Instead, he groaned. "So obvious? Damn, I should get out of here then." "Get out of here?" I asked as a homeless teenager stumbled over to us. "I'm hungry. Can you spare $1?" the guy asked. His dark hair was long and greasy. His facial hair was matted and filthy, and he wore a threadbare t-shirt and jeans full of holes. I dug into my bag and pulled out the emergency 20 I hid there. "Here you go," I said, handing him the bill. A flash of surprise crossed his face, but then he shook his head. "Thank you," the homeless man said. I was relieved when the stranger hurried away. Something wasn't right with him. "Poor fellow," I commented. "All right, Tamara, get back to the uncomfortable topic that you're desperate to avoid." "You and Via?" "Twice," Jared bragged, smugness entering his expression. "Dallas uses Via like a dirty rag in bed. Well, that's what she says." The memory of Dallas's strong arms around me and how tenderly he kissed my forehead told me that Via was lying. Dallas's own admission that they hadn't done the deed also pulled me towards that conclusion. "You believe that?" He let out a groan. "Come on, Tamara. Dallas isn't perfect. I'm sure he has a few shortcomings. At least picking out hotel rooms isn't one of them." His words caused rage to slam into my gut. What was up with the world? Was Dallas's best friend seriously telling me that he screwed his girlfriend in a hotel room that Dallas saved for months to afford? "Via lied," I said. Jared patted my shoulder. It took everything for me not to slap his hand away. "Via told me the truth. Trust me, Tamara. She was no virgin." "Dallas got the hotel room to make their first time special," I added before getting to my feet. The only thing on my mind was warning Dallas before he opened the door of the room and discovered the rumpled sheets. "You going to snitch on me?" Jared asked, his hand wrapping around my wrist. "It depends," I said, my eyes locking with his. "On what?" "On if Via tells him first." Jared released me, and I snatched up my bag and forced my tired legs into the hotel.
Chapter 4. Dallas. The overindulgence of strong cologne and vanilla perfume nearly plugged my nose. The bass of a rap song was overwhelming. For what seemed like forever, I stared at the people practically screwing on the dance floor and considered what to do. If I were being honest, something about this night felt off. It had nothing to do with the fact that Mom ran away from me. Nah, it was something else. The vibe was just... it felt all wrong. Someone pulled me from my thoughts, causing annoyance to flare up in me. Via grabbed my wrist, her acrylic nails digging into my skin. I glanced over at my girlfriend, who was dressed like a high-class prostitute. She looked up at me with impatience. Oh, hell, she wants to leave now, I thought to myself. All the uneasiness floated away as my heart rate picked up. Anticipation nearly levitated me on the spot. Finally, after 2 years of kisses, movies, and late nights talking on the phone, Via and I would have sex. As I stood at the edge of the dance floor, I couldn't help but look for Mare. Since tools at our school gave her the dreaded Ice Queen label, she attended prom without a date. That meant that Mare was probably busying herself with helping the staff run the event. I wouldn't be shocked if she convinced the kitchen staff to allow her to assist them. Damn it, Tamara needed to be on the dance floor letting loose. Didn't most teenage girls say that prom was a night to remember? I needed to check on Mare and take a few pictures with her. Taking Via to the hotel room could wait. "Hold on," I shouted as I walked toward the round tables that were covered in gold tablecloths. The chairs had purple cloths covering their backs. It was the prom committee's attempt at showing school spirit. Weston's football team wore purple and gold because they were the Weston Royals. Since Mare was on said committee, I'd open with praise. Via let out a groan and reluctantly walked through the rows of empty tables. After 5 minutes of searching, I couldn't find my damned friend. "Via, have you seen Tamara?" I asked. Via abruptly released her hold on me and flipped me off. The anger in her brown eyes was confusing. Exasperated, I raised my hands in the air, not wanting the woman to be angry. That would only decrease my chances of spending time with her between the sheets. "Tamara? That's why you've been acting like a zombie all night?" she screamed. I wanted to tell the broad to shut up, but decided against it. Maybe if I let her scream, then she'd work out her frustrations. "All right, Dallas. Only deal with a moment of unnecessary loudness, then you can take her back to the hotel." "You're an asshole." I blinked, confused by Via's sudden words. Okay, I might have been tuning her out, but I hadn't missed that much, right? "Via," I said, shooting her a patient look. "Let's go upstairs and talk about this in private." She deflated, her chocolate eyes holding nothing but relief. Good. I took her hand and she held it for a moment. But then she blinked and shook her head. The next thing I knew, my hand was empty. Okay, then. She isn't down to make up yet. At least she isn't yelling. I led the way toward the exit, passing a group of friends taking selfies. Tamara, Via, Jared, and I should be taking selfies, but Jared utterly refused to attend prom. He was apparently above the hype. In other words, the guy was too cheap to rent a tux. "Dallas, wait!" Tamara called as she ran into the ballroom, her face twisted with anger. She held up the sides of her long champagne-colored dress so that she could run without stepping on the fabric. Via let out an impatient groan. Her attitude was getting on my nerves. "Go rescue her again, D," Via said. Okay, I wasn't really feeling her snide comment, but I'd tell her that after my best friend explained what was going on. As soon as Tamara made it to us, she slapped Via across the face. Well, that was unexpected. I was too shocked to react. They had... Oh, I can't breathe. Tamara gasped, clutching her sides. It took me a second to notice that the music lowered considerably. This would be the chick fight to remember. They had sex in your hotel room. Via, Jared. As soon as Tamara spoke, anger boiled in my gut. I glanced over at Via, who shot Tamara a hateful look. We were going to tell you, Via flatly replied, as if the reveal was nothing but an inconvenience to her. I couldn't believe the nerve of this broad, sleeping with another man in a hotel that I spent months saving for. I wanted to throw up and punch Jared in the face all in one go. Before I could tell Via to kick rocks somewhere, a disheveled guy ran into the room. He wore paint-stained black jeans with holes, beat-up blue off-brand sneakers, and a tattered t-shirt. "Tamara Freeman, I hate you," he shouted. She turned to face him, her body stiffening. "Not again," I muttered to myself, annoyed that at a time when my heart was crumbling, one of Renae Stark Habit's hostile fans arrived to make trouble. Tamara would get rid of this guy and everything would be all right. But to my surprise, Tamara abruptly ran toward the dance floor. "You don't deserve to live!" the strange guy shrieked. It took a second for my eyes to accept what the guy held in his grip. Oh, hell, he was armed with a handgun. "Tamara!" I cried. She tossed her heels to the side and increased her speed toward the unsuspecting students. Damn it, where was a teacher when I needed one? The man ignored me and began chasing my friend. My heart felt like it would fly from my chest, and the panic was about to make me piss my pants. But I knew that I needed to help the one person who was constantly supportive of me, without fail. I didn't even spare my shell-shocked ex-girlfriend a glance. She didn't love Mare the way that I did. Via wasn't going to be much help. I raced forward, determined to catch up with the armed psycho. The screams of students told me that the gunman had been spotted. The music suddenly turned off. Students jostled one another in their haste to escape. Mare was up ahead, her feet just touching the dance floor when the shot rang out. Mare immediately fell on her face, and a switch flipped, allowing anger to propel me forward. No one is taking Mare from me. I forced my hefty body to move and I tackled the man, my body jarring from the impact of us slamming into the hardwood. Thankfully, his gun went flying when he fell. I lifted my head in time to see a linebacker scoop up the weapon, a furious expression on his face. "Not so tough now, asshole," the athlete taunted. The guy beneath me smelled like he took a bath in sewage water. My eyes watered from the terrible scent, but I was determined not to let him up. "Matt, give me that," Mr. Arnold, the elderly calculus teacher, ordered. Matt looked as if he would use the weapon on the shooter, but he shrugged and reluctantly handed the gun to the teacher. "Don't panic. Please return to your seats in an orderly fashion. The gunman has been subdued," the DJ announced. I eyed Mare, who still hadn't moved from her spot. Ms. Callahan, my senior English teacher, was sitting beside her, rubbing her back. Blood oozed from a gash on the back of Tamara's leg. Although I was sure that the wound hurt like a mother, I was glad that the bullet hadn't hit her in the head. "You okay, Dallas?" Mr. Arnold asked, his kind eyes filling with sorrow. "I'm fine," was all I could say. My eyes were on my friend, the girl that saved me from humiliation. She was the one that warned me about Via. She was the only person that had my back. I wished that I could be the one giving Tamara comfort. Anyone could hold down this snake. "Matt," I said to the guy that was itching to put the beat down on the shooter, "want a turn at holding him down?" Matt grinned as I slowly got to my feet. Before the guy could make a move, Matt sat on him, as if he were a plush leather couch. I walked over to Mare on legs that felt like they would betray me. I sat down on Mare's other side and gently touched her cheek, which was wet with tears. "Dallas?" she asked, her breath brushing against my hand. "I'm here, Mare," I said. "Don't go." "I won't," I said, and I hoped that she knew it was true. "Tell me a story. I need a distraction." What in the hell was I going to tell her? I could barely talk through the baseball-shaped lump in my throat. Jared talked me into getting a motorcycle license. I didn't tell you because I didn't want you to worry. I passed and his uncle said that I could have one of his bikes," I rambled. That wouldn't happen anymore. Jared was dead to me. He obviously lacked the ability to be loyal. I'll never ride one of those things. You say this now, but I will get you on my bike, I confidently said. Nope, Tamara stubbornly insisted. I always get my way, Mare, I teased. Then, thankfully, the police stormed into the room. Painkillers are coming soon, Tamara said, which made me worry about the pain she was in. Indeed, I replied, relieved that she was going to receive the care she needed.
Chapter 5. Tamara. Was tonight your first time meeting Donovan Chambers? The middle-aged male police officer who sounded like a chain smoker questioned. A headache was thrumming in my temples, and despite the heavy blanket placed over me, I was still shivering. 2 hours after the shooting, and I was stuck in the emergency room. All I wanted to do was change out of the stupid Johnny and wear some warm and familiar clothing. The gunshot wound, which, thankfully, turned out to be a graze, was already stitched up. The stupid bullet had caught me in the back of the left leg. No big deal. The doctor only had to give me 3 stitches. So why in the hell was I stuck in this cold-ass room? Yes, he walked up to my friend Jared and me while we were outside on the bench. He told us that he was hungry and asked if we had money. I handed him a 20 and he walked away. Wasn't that crap? I gave a homeless teenager money and he repaid me by trying to kill me. You don't deserve to live, the maniac had shouted. Why? Was he disappointed in his meal and wanted to blame me for it? Did the idiot wrongfully assume that Renae gave me an allowance? He wouldn't be the first person to assume that my sister bankrolled her entire family. Did you give him any hostile looks? The officer inquired after writing something on his notepad. Seriously? It didn't matter if I flipped him the bird. That psycho had no right to shoot me. Before or after he shot me? I asked, annoyed by the line of questioning. He let out a laugh that ended in a racking cough. During your first interaction, he clarified. I wish Dallas was here. His presence alone put me at ease. No, I felt bad for him, so I handed him the money. The officer didn't have a chance to ask another question. We were interrupted by Grandma Mabel rushing into the room, her eyes wide with horror. What happened? All Dallas told us was that you were shot and that you needed stitches, she said. What took you so long? I asked, anger briefly shoving the annoyance I felt to the side. Your father had car trouble and Pat is out of town. Car trouble? Right. It was more likely that Dad ignored the hospital's calls. I'm fine. I gave some homeless guy $20. He ended up being some crazy superfan of Renae's, so he shot me. Grandma covered her mouth, tears beginning to form in her eyes. I felt terrible for being short with her. After all, she came to the hospital as soon as Dad bothered to return home. Miss Freeman, do you have anything to add to your statement? The officer asked. No, I told you everything, I said through a yawn. Can someone get me discharged so I can go to bed? I'll try to put in a good word for you with the nurses, the officer said before he left the room. Grandma collapsed in the chair by my bed. She grabbed my hand, her eyes full of worry. Sorry for being rude to you. You did the best you could, I softly said. Grandma nodded, which meant that everything was good between us. Dallas thankfully appeared with a forced smile on his face. Mom is on her way home, Dallas announced. Your mother's cutting her trip short? I squeaked out, startled by Patricia's actions. I thought the purpose of the trip was to get away from Dallas. Sometimes it felt like she cared about me a lot more than my actual mother. She insisted that she had to see you. I tried telling her that it was a graze. It was obvious that he wasn't ready to see her. Hopefully Larry doesn't hate me for it. Dallas shook his head. He's just as worried about you, Mare. Dallas told me that you didn't make it in time for dinner. my grandmother blurted out.
Did your dad make you late?
Dallas wondered. Damn, why in the hell did Grandma Mabel have to bring up this topic in front of Dallas? But I couldn't blame her since it was a safe enough topic. I walked to prom. Dad forgot that he had to give me a ride, I replied.
Rodney had car trouble. He remembered that he had to take you, Tamara.
Grandma lied. She wasn't about to allow her son to look bad in front of Dallas. Where is he? I asked, curious.
He's out in the waiting room. You know how much your father hates hospitals.
Grandma reminded me. Part of me wished that being there for me would override his aversion to hospitals. But that wasn't fair. His father and uncle passed away after a tragic car accident 2 years before my birth. Neither died quickly, which was the only detail that was supplied to me. At least he's here, I grumbled. Grandma patted my shoulder as a friendly nurse entered. Tamara, you are free to go. Dr. Murphy wants you to follow up with your primary care physician, she announced. Great, I said, relief flooding through me. The last thing I needed to do was take up space in the emergency room.
We'll let you change,
Grandma said as she got to her feet. She wrapped her arm around Dallas and herded him out of the room. Moments later, the same nurse appeared with folded clothing. Here are some scrubs. I'm afraid that your dress has been taken by the police as evidence, she said. I shot her a grateful look before taking the clothes from her. After she left, I got to my shaky feet, changed into the borrowed clothing, and slipped my feet into plastic flip-flops. My leg, which had been numbed so that the stitches could be applied, started to ache. Fun. I pushed through the curtain, and Dallas immediately wrapped an arm around my shoulders. I sighed in relief, his presence soothing away some of the anger. Grams led the way to the packed emergency room. The place was standing room only. Was there an outbreak of strep throat or something? A man pointed a camera at us and snapped a few pictures, prompting others to do the same. I flipped off the paparazzo, which made Grandma Mabel scowl.
It's best to ignore them, baby, she told me.
Easy for her to say. These creeps weren't in the hospital to capture her misfortune. These people were vultures and deserved very little respect. Apparently, the waiting room was only the dress rehearsal for the chaos happening outside. Bright lights flashed as we exited the front door. Dad stood off to the side, puffing on a cigarette, a nasty habit he relied on in times of stress. A man wearing jeans and a t-shirt suddenly stepped into our path armed with a camera. Ugh, if only I could smash the stupid device into the pavement.
Tamara, can you tell us what happened?
The man shouted as if he wasn't 2 feet away from me.
Not right now,
Dallas smoothly answered.
All Tamara wants to do is go home and get some rest.
Did you watch the Stella Clark show? The persistent cameraman questioned. Ugh, why would I? Stella Clark gossiped about A-list celebrities. Renae was famous in her own right, but she was no Halle Berry. No comment, I snapped, my panic threatening to rise to the surface. I needed to take deep breaths and try to defuse the situation. While Grandma Mabel just stood there, Dad stepped forward.
My daughter just got shot. Give us the space we need.
Oh, hell, that was the wrong thing to say.
Who shot you, Tamara?
Another guy shouted. Deciding that I wasn't going to stand still and allow these people to take pictures of me, I started walking. The vulture that dared to step into my personal space stepped aside. My father crushed the remains of a cigarette under his heel before walking over to me. His haunted gaze made me feel terrible for my earlier thought about him. It obviously took all of the emotional strength that Dad possessed to drive to Weston Hospital, the place where he lost his father and uncle. I love you, Dad, I blurted out, which caused a brief smile to cross his face.
And here I thought you'd be yelling at me about prom, he replied.
That can wait until later, I said as we walked over to Grandma's SUV.
This is where we separate, Mare,
Dallas said, his gaze on the minivan his mother allowed him to use. His hold briefly tightened on me. It was obvious that my best friend didn't want to leave my side. Can you come over? I asked.
It's late, honey, Grandma Mabel interjected. Maybe Dallas can see you in the morning.
Panic gripped me so tightly that my vision grew fuzzy. Sweat began pouring down my face as my body shook. I can't breathe. I can't breathe. Oh crap, I can't breathe. Mare, it's all right, Dallas said, his comforting arms pulling me into his chest. I clung to him as tears erupted from my eyes, the sobs so powerful that it felt like my legs were straining to keep me up. Take a breath. His whisper sliced through the panic, which receded just a bit. I won't leave you. I'm here, Mare. Just like I promised. Breathe. He led me through breathing exercises which helped loosen the tightness in my chest. His scent was calming, his arms secure. I didn't want to ever part from his orbit. Dallas was everything to me.
Me telling her no did something like that?
Grandma asked, her no-nonsense tone causing annoyance to seep into me. Seriously? A creep shot me, and her solution was to separate me from the one person that understood me?
No. She needs a mom. There's no harm in him staying the night. Pat won't be back for another hour anyway. Rodney, you can't give in to her temper tantrum, Grandma argued. Once you have a kid that was nearly murdered, you can offer me advice.
Dad replied before I heard the chirp that came from Dad using his key fob. I'll be right behind your dad, I promise. I squeezed Dallas before pulling away. He brushed a gentle kiss to my cheek, and I caressed his stubbled face in return. See you soon, Dee. See you soon, Mare, he replied. Then Dallas headed to his car. I collapsed into the back seat, my butt making contact with an empty can. I let out a curse and lifted my weight to reach for the can. After I flung it aside, I buckled up. As soon as Dad started the car, loud 80s rap filled my ears. Ugh. Was that Parents Just Don't Understand? My father was too nostalgic sometimes. He thankfully turned down the racket and pulled away from the hospital. Nobody spoke, which was fine with me. The only thing I wanted to do was curl up with Dallas and go to sleep. Do you think that the homeless guy was working alone? I asked Dallas as soon as we were tucked under my blankets. We were side by side, our fingers intertwined. His name is Donovan. I heard him tell Matt, Dallas informed me. And probably. Did you see how he was dressed? He looked like that on purpose. I was dumb enough to talk to him, I grumbled. No, Mare. You gave him money because you have a good heart. Being a good person got me nothing, I replied, hating myself for being so trusting. In a world where my sister had crazy fans, why did I think that it was okay to speak to a homeless person? Dallas squeezed my hand. You have me because you're a good person. True. Dallas, I love you. I love you too, Mare, he said. Chapter 6. Renae. I eyed the detective, who could definitely use a good shave, workout, and a humidifier, judging by the horrid cough. He sat across the table from me, his pen poised above his notepad. My lawyer Angus sat beside me, his beady gray eyes bouncing around the interrogation room. Why was I expected to meet with a detective was beyond me. Hello? It wasn't like I was the one that barged into someone's prom with a gun. I was hungry for the news regarding the fate of teen drama. Due to low ratings, the network wasn't completely sold on a 5th season. Stupid kids weren't loyal and clearly didn't have good taste in TV shows. And I would have to pay the price. Can we just get on with things? I demanded. The detective finally spoke. Donovan Chambers claims that you two are in love. Is that true? The detective questioned. Oh, hell no. This fool really thought that someone like me would ever claim someone so underprivileged? No, obviously not. I have a boyfriend. Okay, fine. Maybe Bradley Adams wasn't my boyfriend, though he had gone all the way twice. He was the groping, sloppy, finish fast kind of lover. If it weren't for the fact that the fans of teen drama worshipped us from the beginning, I would have ditched him for someone with more passion. Then how'd he get this? The detective asked before he pulled a plastic bag out of nowhere and tossed it on the table. OMG, it was clear, and what was that? Oh, hell no, the detective had my red thong in his possession. He stole it, obviously, I lied. Why would I give a nobody my thong? The detective nodded as if my words made sense to him. Donovan said that you two have been dating for a year. The detective explained. Like I said, I have a boyfriend. Can I go now? My game plan was to act like this situation was beneath me. Hopefully, the detective would cut this interview short to preserve his sanity. How long has Donovan been stalking you? The detective inquired. I shrugged. Who knows? When you're famous, you don't really keep track of those kinds of things. Think about it. A lot of crazy fans ring my doorbell, sneak into my house, and try to go swimming in my pool. I'm embarrassed to admit it, but I had no idea that my thong was missing. I wore it a couple of weeks ago and I put it in my laundry basket. I figured that my maid washed it and put it away for me. Does he have anything else? It was best if I played dumb. Then I wouldn't have to keep my story straight. I tapped my fingertips against the table as the detective stared me down for 2 minutes. He let out a breath. Looks like none of us want this to go to trial. We have bigger fish to fry, and Donovan was obviously an obsessed fan. The man admitted. A pang of guilt threatened to loosen my tongue, but I shoved it back. Tamara was alive and hardly had a scratch on her. If I told the truth, it would only put me behind bars, and I looked too hot for prison orange. How could Renae get Donovan to take a plea? Angus inquired. All he wants is to talk to Renae. He claims that he needs to declare his love for her in person. Then he'll plead to whatever we want. The detective responded. Oh, hell no! I screeched. Let the lovesick idiot go through a trial. I used Christina's laptop to send the messages while she was passed out drunk. It would look like a catfish situation. Renae, you would be perfectly safe. You would... Are you crazy, detective? The monster broke into my house and stole my thong. Why would I want to be near him? I cried. I added in a few tears for dramatic effect. The detective shot me a sympathetic look, which was my clue that he no longer suspected me. The fact that the detective bought my distressed act was a testament to my skills as an actress. Oscars, here I come, I thought to myself. I understand your fear, Renae, but we don't want to take this to trial, the detective said. Does my client have to be in the same room as Donovan? Angus inquired. What if she uses video chat or records a video? Angus, I love you. That's why you are worth every penny, I thought. I can film a video. Please don't make me talk to that creep in person, I begged. The detective got to his feet and excused himself. When the door closed, I eyed Angus. I'll do the video. I doubt Tamara wants to suffer through a trial, I said. Do you know why the creep shot her? Angus rubbed his forehead. I'm not sure. All the detective and I spoke about was allowing you to be interviewed. I knew damn well that this room was bugged. Angus made me aware of that fact on our way to the police station. It was better if I looked willing to put Donovan behind bars. He wouldn't expose me, would he? Would it matter? The detective was in such a hurry to close the case. His desire to move on to something else blinded him to the fact that I knew Donovan Chambers. In fact, I slept with him last month, enjoying the passion of someone that was obsessed with me. He did whatever I wanted, whenever I wanted it. What a weak, pathetic bastard. Well, he had one thing going for him. He was 10 times the lover Bradley was. The door opened and the detective entered. His smile was the confirmation that I got my way. We'll try the video first, but if Donovan still refuses to take the deal, then we'll try other means, the detective said. I'm sure the video will work, as long as you tell me what his delusions are, I said. I'll need to know what he believes in order to convince him. The detective actually looked impressed. I have notes for you, he confirmed. Good. My client and I will go over the notes, and we'll film the video at my office. I'm afraid that Renae will have to fly back to LA within the week. She has a project to work on. I had a cameo to film. Nothing too taxing. It was for a music video, but I was glad that Angus made it sound more important than it was. Okay, you're free to go, the detective said. Hallelujah. My butt was beginning to hurt. After years of sitting in plush chairs, my booty wasn't used to anything less. Angus and I exited the police station without a backward glance. Being fake was exhausting, but I suppose it had to be done. I walked into my suite at the Westin Hotel and spotted Tamara sitting on the couch. Her eyes were filled with annoyance, and she kept on glancing at her phone, then the TV screen. A newscast was on. Ugh, why couldn't she watch a rerun of something interesting like teen drama? A picture of Donovan suddenly filled the screen, and guilt mingled with disappointment. Why are you watching that? I demanded. Tamara let out a sigh. I have to know what's going on. Every time I call the station, I get the brush off. I need to know why he did this. Tamara was controlling and bossy as hell. It must rankle that someone wasn't listening to her. It's only been 2 days, I pointed out. I doubt they have much. But I have good news. Another movie deal? Tamara asked, sounding bored. What a witch! The least she could do was act interested in my career since she would be living in Hollywood where she belonged. No. If I record a video telling the freak that I love him and he needs to take a plea deal, then he'll take a deal. That means you don't have to go through a trial, I said as I sat down beside my older sister. She shifted on the couch as if my very presence were uncomfortable for her. Oh, give me a break. Hadn't we been happy, playing with dolls and singing pop songs at the top of our lungs as children? What's wrong with you? Tamara sat up and took a deep breath. My anxiety is getting bad. I left my meds at home. Wait, I have something that will do the trick, I said as I got to my feet. Christina had the anxiety problem and usually took a shot of whiskey to calm her nerves. Before I could dip into my stash, Dallas walked out of the bathroom and entered the living room. Holy crap. He was hot. Hi, Renae, he greeted. Dallas, of course. You never go anywhere without my sister. Sorry that your graduation was postponed, I said. The event was moved to that following weekend to give the police time to ensure that Donovan didn't have any more trigger-happy friends. Can you attend? Dallas asked. Probably. I'll have to check with my assistant. In truth, I had zero desire to attend. But it might look good for me publicity-wise. I would be sure to take a few selfies at the event and pour on the sympathy card. Once people saw me as the actress who nearly lost the sister that she deeply cares for, the media would come sniffing. I wouldn't be surprised if I were invited to a few morning shows. Maybe I could champion a cause. Renae, what are you thinking about? Dallas asked, his kind eyes holding wariness. I shot my sister the side eye. Was she talking crap about me to Dallas? Not cool, especially since I was interested in dating him. Well, Mom wouldn't approve. But it didn't mean that I couldn't have him on the side. I'm thinking that this Donovan situation sucks, I said, causing my breath to hitch. I want to do something to prevent this from happening to anyone else. Tamara abruptly got to her feet, the quick movement causing her to wince. Of course. You're going to find some way to spin this, she accused. I gaped at her dramatic display, not understanding why she was so angry. Of course I'd use this to my advantage. Why do you care? Donovan hurt you. If I drag his name through the mud, it will ruin him, I reasoned. My sister gestured at me. Don't you post about me. Try to drag me on some talk show or do anything else. I can see the wheels turning in your evil mind. Just leave me be, Tamara shouted before storming out of my suite. For a moment, anger consumed me. Did that brat understand what kind of pressure I was under? But then, the emotion shifted to resentment when Dallas followed my sister's rude ass out of the room without tossing a goodbye in my direction. Chapter 7. Tamara. I stormed out of the Westin Hotel, hating that Grandma Mabel pushed me into seeing Renae. There was no way in hell that mistake would be repeated for a second time. My sister was a viper, someone that sucked everything that she could from a person before abandoning them. I stumbled onto the sidewalk, my leg aching like a mother. Although the sun was slowly leaving the sky, it was still hella hot outside. I swiped sweat from my face as my eyes took in the scene in front of me. Oh, hell. News vans were beginning to pull up. What the actual hell was this about? My stomach shriveled up when an eager man leapt out of his van and jogged over to me. "Tamara, do you have any words for Jenna Pine?" the man asked. His partner setting up his camera. I wanted to run past the vultures and escape into Dallas's car, but he was nowhere in sight. I sucked in a breath and was dying to punch the reporters and cry all at once. The longer I stood there like a moron, the more time the crowd of reporters and paparazzi increased. And seriously, who was Jenna Pine and why did I care about her? Why did her name sound vaguely familiar? "I have no idea what you're talking about," I snapped. "Now move." Hopefully, I could slip into one of the restaurants down the streets and wait for the chaos to die down. The reporter actually looked both surprised and eager at the same time. This wasn't going to be good. "Donovan Chambers shot you because of Jenna Pine's assessment," he bluntly responded. And despite his words, something wasn't clicking. What assessment? My therapist was Dr. Williams, so that couldn't be it. I didn't have any teachers named Jenna Pine. "I'd like to leave. I don't know what you're talking about." An arm wrapped around my shoulders. Dallas. Thank goodness for the warmth he offered while I was laid bare in front of these voyeurs. "We're leaving," Dallas said as we walked towards the parking lot. "Is it true that you're jealous of Renae?" a woman shouted after us. "No!" I screamed back, agitated by the question. I didn't long for my sister's unorderly, unpredictable life. I craved normalcy and order to my day, as if I would want nosy strangers documenting my every move on social media. "Do you think Renae called the paparazzi on herself?" I asked. Bright flashes caused me to stop walking just so I could cover my eyes. Dallas's hold on me tightened, and he gently moved me forward. "Oh, crap," he said. I opened my eyes long enough to see that some enthusiastic paparazzi were actually surrounding Dallas's van. "Great," I huffed. "What riled them up?" "Some woman named Jenna Pine," I replied before letting out a breath. "What do we do?" "Answer the questions. Maybe if you answer a few, they will go away," Dallas suggested. Dallas waved at the scumbags who were insisting on harassing me. "We'll answer your questions as long as you move out of our way," Dallas loudly announced. My stomach twisted when an eager blonde woman dressed in a short dress and a cameraman stepped forward. "Do you blame Jenna Pine for what happened?" the woman boldly asked. "I have no idea who Jenna Pine is," I replied in a clear, strong voice. "She's the body language expert that went on Stella Clark's show. She explained that your body language said that you were jealous of Renae." "Well, she's wrong. I don't like anything about Renae's life. Believe me, I like to be left alone." Some of the reporters were clearly disappointed in my response. "Donovan Chambers says he shot you because of Jenna Pine's analysis." There you go. Maybe if people focused more on doing good instead of spreading false information, the world would be a better place, I bitterly said, anger shining in my eyes. "That's enough for today," Dallas roared. "Move!" Shockingly, the vultures dispersed, and he ushered me to his van and opened the front passenger door for me. After I buckled up, he hopped into the driver's side and started the car. Had I looked myself up, I would have known about the Jenna Pine interview, I commented after a few minutes of silence. I was caught off guard. "I know, Mare. I'm sorry about that," Dallas tersely replied. He was obviously upset about something. "I'm sorry you got dragged into this," I blurted out. "I love you enough to understand if you want to pull away from me." "And I love you too much to let you go," Dallas softly responded, his kind eyes briefly meeting mine. The emotion in his gaze warmed a part of my heart that I had always expected to be as dead as a drained battery. I felt so close to Dallas, a longing to be his everything seeping through the anger and fear I felt. Dallas was part of me, and that kind of love and devotion was so scary that I decided to shove the feelings down. I squeezed Dallas's hand and took a deep breath. Nope. Ignore the tingles forming, Tamara. Dallas is just your friend, and if you make a big deal, you'll lose half your soul. I needed to turn the conversation to a different topic. Dallas Wade Washington, I still can't believe you didn't tell me, I said, mock hurt in my tone. Dallas winced. I felt terrible for using his middle name, but I figured that it would completely kill whatever was brewing between us. No matter how many times I hear it, I can't believe Mom chose Wade as my middle name, Dallas complained. It's not too bad. It suits you. The doubt on his face was enough to make me chuckle. I should take you riding one day. Sure, if I'm looking to be maimed, I grumbled. Oh, stop that, Mare. Don't be so doom and gloom. You could actually enjoy it, Dallas said. I could also enjoy skydiving, but it wasn't like I was going to try it anytime soon. How about a bargain? Dallas suggested. What kind of bargain? I'll join a book club with you if you try my bike at least once, Dallas said, a small smile on his face. He had me. I despise joining clubs alone. Fine. But you can't ride fast, and we only get to use back roads, I declared. I'll join anything but a poetry book club. I can't stand Shakespeare, Dallas countered. Deal, I said. Thankfully, my street was free of paparazzi. The group at the hotel was probably there for Renae, and I was collateral damage. Text me when you get home, I said before kissing his cheek. Thanks for everything, Dallas. You're welcome. I hobbled out of the car and made my way inside, the whole time thinking that I would be nothing without Dallas. Tamara, get your butt down here now! I knew the angry shout was in my future. I just didn't think that it would take 2 days. At least she was somewhat predictable. I made my way out of bed and slipped my feet into my flip-flops. I was dressed in warm black shorts and a tank top, attire that would utterly enrage my mother. But this is what I preferred to wear while lounging around the house. She would have to deal. I ran down the stairs and entered the kitchen. A pot of chili was cooking on the stove, and the scent of Grandma's cornbread permeated the air. Mom stood there in her velour suit, her hair in neat dreads. When had she changed her hair? The change made a bit of unease go through me, like her hair symbolized that she moved on without me. You aren't going to your graduation? She demanded. No, I can't. The media would be all over that. It wouldn't be fair to disrupt the graduation, I said, despite the fact that Mom heard my side of things via text message. No, you're going. Think about it, Tamara. Your situation is a publicist's dream. All we would have to do is watch you walk across that stage. Maybe Renae could post a few photos and... No, I can't do this. I wouldn't be able to ensure that everything would go without a hitch. So many things could go wrong. The paparazzi could crash the graduation. Other body language experts could study the pictures of my sister and me and express negative opinions. Donovan Chambers could sneak back in and take another shot at me while I walked across the stage. I could see it happen. A sharp pain in my cheek jolted me out of my panic. I blinked and rubbed my stinging cheek. I shook my head, trying to figure out where the blow came from. Stop tooting me out. As I was saying, you have to do your duty to our family. For once, you're going to do something useful. No! I cried, anger making my entire body shake. I got shot. I can't go back there. What if Donovan comes back? Mom rubbed her face. Stop being dramatic. Thanks to your sister, Donovan is taking a plea deal. You owe her enough to.
Mom, leave her be, Renae said as she entered the kitchen, bringing the cloying scent of cherry blossoms with her. I eyed Renae, who was wearing tight designer jeans and a short-sleeved silk top. Her black hair hung in waves down her back.
Renae, Mary thinks that we...
Mom, I told you to leave it. Trust me, if Tamara doesn't want to cooperate, there is a plan B, Renae assured as she plopped down on one of the kitchen chairs. Now, Tamara, get me a bottled water. Grateful that Renae was at least doing something to my benefit, I quickly snagged a bottled water from the fridge and handed it to her.
And what's plan B?
My mother huffed. Mary just texted me plan B 5 minutes ago, Renae replied. Her smirk made me stiffen.
How will your plan affect me, Renae?
My question was asked with hysteria in my voice. Renae took a long sip of water before capping the bottle. It involves me making a heartbroken post about you being too afraid to go to your graduation. I'll do it live the next day and announce my support for an organization that helps victims of gun violence. Then I'll do a few campaigns and you'll become a household name, I said, disgust swimming in my stomach. Renae was going to profit off my trauma. Like I said to Mara, I'll destroy Donovan for what he did to you. Anger briefly flashed in Renae's eyes before she smiled. Anyway, Mom and I have to meet some old friends for dinner. What old friends? I asked, feeling somewhat left out.
Just the Andersons,
Mom nervously replied. The Andersons were the family across the street.
What traitors!
I mentally reminded myself not to give them Christmas cookies that year. My sister and mother left the house without so much as a goodbye. Okay then, I said, deciding that curling up with a mystery would be fun right about now.
Chapter 8. Dallas. Are you sure this is a good idea? Tamara asked as soon as she buckled her seatbelt. I wanted to crack up at what she wore, but held my tongue. Mare was dressed in a hoodie, sweatpants, and boots. In the middle of August. My assumption was that she thought that the clothing would protect her from bruises if I happened to crash. I think you should start challenging yourself. Yeah, maybe we should start by going to the fair or an under-21 club, she nervously listed. She shuddered, probably at the thought of going to a club. Mare despised what she called loud racket, so a club would just be pointless for her. My aim is to get you to be more adventurous, not for you to be traumatized, I teased. She shook her head. I'm capable of going to a club, Dallas. I just don't like it. By the way, I'm terrified of falling off the bike, she complained as I began driving out of Weston. Where are we going? Nerves made my hands shake. My words could either excite Mare or piss her off. She despised change more than the next person, so much that her looming admissions to Wallace College were keeping her up all night. Well, I got a job, I announced. The soft smile that made my chest tighten appeared. That's great. Wait, you aren't going to be a male stripper or something, right? Her question cracked me up. Where did Mare come up with that assumption? You caught me, I replied in a serious tone. Tamara's gasp nearly forced the laughter out of me. You can't be serious, Dallas. Granted, I'm glad you rethought the military thing, but you're smart and your mother will let you live at home. Why don't you take online graphic design classes? I know you don't like school, but you'll do well, she passionately lectured. Man, it was amazing how someone as beautiful as Tamara believed that I could accomplish something. I'm joking, Mare. You know I can't dance. I'd make the world's most terrible stripper, I replied, letting out a chuckle. Tamara gently punched me in the shoulder. Oh, sure, laugh at me. Just tell me what's going on. Well, I took your advice, sort of. I'm taking some community college classes while working and living on a horse farm. Where? When the light turned red, I glanced at my friend, who looked nervous. In Wallace. I know you're disappointed that you only got a full ride to a school an hour away from Weston, but it will work for us, Mare. My uncle owns a horse farm, which has 150 acres. It's only a couple of miles from Wallace College. We'll see each other a lot. It was like I was trying to pitch the idea to her, but I couldn't help it. Mare despised change, but I couldn't stand being away from her. What a relief. Most of my nightmares involved you falling into a black hole. It's like I couldn't reach you, no matter how desperate I was to save you. Dr. Williams thinks that I've been suffering from separation anxiety. Since everyone else has abandoned me, you're the only constant. I hated thinking that I wouldn't see you again. I was worried that one day you would realize how much easier it would be if you weren't friends with me, she confessed. Where would I be without my anchor? I asked, not wanting to acknowledge the warm emotions that began flooding me. Was being Tamara's friend difficult? Hell no. It was challenging to watch as a bright light was being dimmed by the cruelty of others. Renae did little to shield Tamara from the ridicule and disrespect from her fans. In fact, Mare came across a poll on Facebook. Did Mare deserve to get shot? Yes or no? It was horrifying that 30% of people actually voted yes. Anchor? Oh, please, Dallas. You do way more for me than I do for you. Are you still going to major in psychology? I asked, before Tamara could begin listing the ways that she believed she fell short. Yes, I want to keep married people together. Think about how my life would have been if Mom and Dad worked out. Renae would never have been born, I teased. Mare let out a groan. You know what I mean, Dallas. They operate apart from each other, not even speaking to make decisions about me. That's not how parents should be. Considering that I was the product of a married man having an affair, I agree with you. Once Steve, the father I never knew, decided that his wife was more important than being a good father to me, Mom was on her own. Part of me still thought that Mom got what she deserved. Being the other woman was distasteful and stupid, although I had to admit that Steve probably manipulated her into the relationship. Sorry, Dallas. How have things been going with Byron? Tamara asked. Byron was quirky, strange, and approachable. More than I would have been toward my father's side chick's kid. We were a year apart, and we texted and played online games. He'd like to meet you, I said, testing the waters. I'd like that. He's been good to you. Thank goodness. This night might not be a disaster after all. I drove through the gates of the Washington Horse Farm and parked in the driveway. The main house was a Victorian monstrosity, with a wraparound porch larger than my entire house. It was painted light blue, and there was a garden on the south side of the property. That's quite the place, Tamara said, as Matt and Byron exited the house, both dressed in jeans and t-shirts. Mare frowned at the men that were approaching. Is that Matt from chemistry? She asked. Sure is, I said. Understanding flashed across Tamara's face. So he's here to stay, then? She asked, disappointment on her face. Sure is. Now come meet Byron. We left the van and walked over to the other two men I'd be working with. Hey, Byron, this is Tamara. Tamara, this is Byron, I greeted. Byron wrapped his arms around Tamara, who returned the affection. Matt smiled as if he'd found an opening. When Tamara pulled back, she shot Byron a grin. "It's nice to finally meet you. Are you visiting?" Fair question, as Byron was from Virginia. "No, Uncle Fred hired me to work on the farm. I wanted to escape my mother's constant nagging, so I jumped at the chance to come here. I'm not a big fan of college, people, communal forums, and parties, so online courses will have to satisfy my annoying family. Byron, my man, I think Tamara got the picture," Matt said. Mare shot Matt a dirty look. "Matt, he was in the middle of speaking," Tamara snapped. "You know my name?" Matt asked, his excitement making me want to deck him. "We were in 3 classes together," Mare said. "I see, so you're the sort with a good memory," Byron interjected. "As thrilling as this conversation is, Mare and I want to go riding," I said. "Great. Mare, do you mind if I get your phone number? I would love to keep in touch," Byron rushed out. "Sure," Mare replied, gracing Byron with a genuine smile. Byron pulled out his smartphone, and Mare rattled off her phone number. "Have fun, guys. Be safe. Matt and I are going to watch Doctor Who. He lost a bet," Byron explained. "The guy figured out that the Celtics would win by using probability," Matt grumbled. "And people say you'll never use math in daily life," Byron said in a gleeful tone. I gave both guys fist bumps before escorting my friend over to the golf cart that Byron provided for this moment. Tamara got in beside me, and I took her away from the monstrosity of a house and into my favorite part, the trails. "How many horses does your uncle have?" Mare asked as we drove past a spacious, state-of-the-art barn. 10, I replied. "Fred takes reservations for horseback riding lessons, weddings, parties, and anything you can think of." "Weddings?" "On the other side of the house is a flower garden. I'll take you there someday." "Will you take me horseback riding?" I'd have to pay for the use of the horses, but I wouldn't tell Mare that. Fred was a businessman through and through. I was glad that she was taking an interest in something other than monitoring what people said on social media. "Sure," I said. She grinned and leaned against me when I took a sharp turn. The close contact between us made my body tingle. Lately, all I could do was think about Tamara and crave spending time with her. It was odd how Via, the girl I wasted 2 years on, was nothing but an unpleasant memory. After she betrayed me, it opened my eyes to the fact that I actually gave a shallow, empty woman the time of day. All along, I basked in Mare's very presence and never realized what I felt for her. If only I could express myself without scaring her off. I parked the golf cart on the edge of the property. Waiting for us was my bike, a black, dinged-up Yamaha SR400 that Uncle Fred sold me for $500. Even hand-me-downs from my cousin Fred Jr. didn't come free. I hopped out of the golf cart and held my hand out to Tamara. She grasped it and stepped onto the concrete. We made eye contact, and her brown eyes sucked me in so deeply that it took a moment for me to realize that I was frozen, like a statue. She was the first one to break the spell. "Let's just get this over with," Tamara grudgingly said. "Right," I replied, startled by her voice. My fingers shook as I got her helmet out of the duffel that rested on the pavement beside the bike and handed it to her. She put it on as I snatched my own and reluctantly secured it. I then effortlessly got onto the bike and waited. Moments later, I felt Tamara's arms wrap around my middle. Her front was pressed to me so tightly that I felt her breasts pressed against me. I focused on starting the bike, then we were off. I took it relatively easy on Tamara. There were some barely traveled back streets behind the farm. They were well paved, since Fred Washington wouldn't tolerate anything else. The wind caressed my face as I increased speed, being sure not to push Tamara's limits. There were times, like when I took a turn, when her grip would tighten on me. But after the first 15 minutes, her grip wasn't as tight. At sundown, I made my way back to the farm. That was unexpected, Tamara gasped out as soon as she got off the bike. After putting the kickstand down, I walked over to her. I couldn't help it. I kissed her cheek. Unexpected, huh? I teased. Yeah, Mare said. She pulled off her helmet and handed it to me. Since her hair was in a tight bun, she avoided the worst of helmet hair. But I will never do that again. At least you tried it, I said. What I really wanted to do was pull her into my arms and place a hot kiss on her mouth. But I refrained, since I knew that convincing Mare that we belonged together would be more challenging than taking her on a bike ride. Instead, I smiled at her and promised myself that one day she would be mine.
Chapter 9. Renae. 6 years later. He's too problematic, babe. If you're interested in getting serious roles, you need to stop hanging with one-hit wonders, Mary said before taking a sip of her margarita. I shifted in the lounger by my pool, trying to take in my publicist's words. Problematic. Little Seven did have the nasty tendency of getting into brawls with his fans. According to all polls, gossip columns, and YouTube top 10 videos, I was crowned one of the nicest celebrities. My fans believed that I loved them dearly. I didn't fault them for their assumption since my team scoured social media for superfans that were in dire need of assistance. Hell, not 2 weeks ago, I bought a wheelchair for a boy who became paralyzed from a diving accident. However, Damon, better known as Little Seven to the world, was the complete opposite, choosing to alienate the fans that worshipped him. Finally, one of my lovers possessed talent in the bedroom. Oh well, the sacrifices that a girl had to endure to make it to the Academy Awards were endless. I wiped sweat off my forehead before taking a sip of smart water. I was a part of a no underage drinking campaign. Truthfully, abstaining from liquor was no sacrifice. I hated the taste of alcohol and preferred smoothies, teas, coffee, and smart water. How do you think I should break things off with Damon? I asked, knowing that the sexy middle-aged blonde across from me would have an answer. Her blue eyes darkened before the glass reached her lip. Damon told Stella Clark that you're just friends, she reported. In fact, he plans to announce his first child with Nina Richards next week. Nina Richards was a reality TV starlet who dated Damon in the past. I was under the impression that they were over. Realization smacked me across the head like a baseball. He was using me to get Nina jealous? I gasped out, feeling foolish for getting wrapped up in the playa. Probably. But my concern is that offers for you are starting to dry up. Renae, either you move on from TV movies or you'll be relegated to acting in low-budget films. We need to make you blockbuster material. Tell me, who's your next prospect? Silky, black, curly hair, brown eyes, full lips, and broad shoulders slipped into my mind. I know Dallas, Washington, I slowly replied, a sly grin making its way onto my face. Time-blessed Dallas, who went from a glorified stable boy to a millionaire. He was sophisticated, eligible, and extremely attractive. We'd be wonderful together, walking the red carpet, his big hand resting on my lower back. I pictured reporters desperate to speak to us, the power couple of the century. Yes, that would suit me well. Are you talking about your sister's boyfriend? Mary asked, confused. I let out a bout of laughter at the thought that someone as perfect as Dallas would date Tamara. For goodness sakes, she was frumpy, boring, and was allergic to beauty products. That wasn't the woman that he wanted on his arm while he attended dry galas for obligation's sake. My laughter stopped when I realized that Mary was staring at me with befuddlement. Oh, hell no, I wasn't the crazy one. Sorry, Mary. You told such a good joke, I said as my mother exited the sliding doors and rushed over to us. She was dressed in black khaki shorts and a short-sleeved blue blouse. Not friendly poolside attire. Mom, are you joining us? I did it, Mary! I convinced Daphne that giving Renae the award would drive tourism to Weston. Anger momentarily filled my heart at the idea that Mom lowered herself to begging for me to receive some pointless award. What in the hell could Weston offer me? Perfect. I'm so glad that Daphne was able to work her feminine magic on her husband. Men. They're all the same. Mary joked. On May 22nd, Renae is scheduled to tour the homeless shelter in Weston. She'll make a $10,000 donation to keep that dump open, and... How does any of this help me get to the Academy Awards? I snapped. I didn't appreciate that doubt briefly crossed Mary's face before she masked it under a fake smile. Wonderful. My own publicist didn't even believe that I could reach A-list status. Note to self. I needed to replace her when the opportunity presented itself. You'll make it to A-list status, honey. We just have to be smart about things. My mother assured me. At least I could always count on my parents to be in my corner. The road will be paved with sophistication and good deeds. Do you have plans on who you would like to date? Dallas, I answered. Mom shot me a thoughtful expression. You'll need to be careful about how you pursue him. He's bitter over the Donovan situation. I think he partially blames you for it, Mom explained. Guilt briefly stabbed at my heart, but I forced it away. Did I lead Donovan Chambers on? Hell no. It was 2 nights of passion, and he turned into a clingy loser. I didn't tell him to shoot my sister, although I probably shouldn't have texted him the... Nope, I refused to think about that. However, giving him my thong probably further indulged his delusions. Thankfully, many of our interactions had been done on Christina's laptop. Bradley, my sort of boyfriend at the time, was nosy and would have thrown a fit if he discovered that I was seeking excitement elsewhere. Dallas does have a business partner, Mary reminded us. Byron Washington? You can't be serious. I'm trying to snag a role on the big screen, not trying to join a high society book club, I replied. What about that hot blonde Dallas always hangs out with? Mary inquired. Yeah, 2 one-night stands were enough for me to know that Matt wasn't the kind of man that women invested time on. No thanks, I don't date people that make less money than me. Mom nodded in approval. We both knew that it would be in the Cabot family's best interest if I dated someone who could add to my wealth. Or you could retire, go to college, and be grateful for the money you do have, Dad said. I jumped, surprised by his presence. He walked over to me and pressed a kiss to the top of my head. We could move back home, and you could spend more time with Tamara. Yeah, not a chance. Tamara could never be bothered to visit me, and you think I would give up my career to spend time with her? I asked, annoyed. No, baby girl. I mean that you could have a life. Look at yourself. On a beautiful Saturday afternoon, you're sitting with a woman that you pay to make you look good. Renae, you have money in your bank account. You have enough to live comfortably. Dad lectured for like the 100th time. Thomas, why don't you just go inside and let us work? Mom snapped. We don't need your negativity here. My negativity? I'm the only one that's giving Renae another option. You're too busy living off our daughter to see that she isn't happy, he rebutted. Mom stepped into my father's personal space, her finger jabbing at his chest. Save it. Millions of teenage girls want to be her. I doubt that Renae is unhappy. She's beautiful, rich, and successful. She's everything I dreamed of in a daughter. My mother shouted. Do you want to be homeless? Do you? I have a job, Dad boomed. If Renae quits, I won't be homeless.
How humiliating! Dad was so sure that I'd fail that he actually found it necessary to seek out employment?
You embarrassed Renae by getting a job? Now everyone's going to think that she can't take care of her parents.
Mom shrieked. Thanks to Mom's outburst, I wasn't able to ask Dad where he was working. It had to be remote since he spent most of his time in the house.
You know that isn't true. That's a lie that you tell yourself so that you'll be comfortable mooching off our daughter,
Dad said in a calm tone. Then he walked right back into the house. I guess he'd made his point. I rubbed my forehead, hating when my parents yelled at one another.
Sorry about that. My husband doesn't know his place. I'll go speak to him, Mom said. He isn't the only one, Mary said in a soft voice after Mom went into the house. You need to move out, Renae. Tabloids love a story about a star buying a penthouse.
What will I do with this place?
You could either sell it or let your parents live here.
I knew that she thought that I should cut Mom and Dad off. But for some reason, I couldn't bring myself to do it. Enough about my parents. I need to figure out how I'm going to get Dallas to fall in love with me.
Or you could go for the unattached brother,
Mary urged. Byron hardly left the house, which meant that he wouldn't be interested in the LA lifestyle. No thanks. I love a challenge. 2 days later, an idea struck me. I paced the hardwood floor of my bedroom, hoping that everyone would behave in the way that I predicted. I grabbed my iPhone off my vanity table and clicked on the contact I wanted. I took a deep breath and waited.
What can I do for you, Renae?
Jenna Pine, the body language expert that caused Donovan to act out, demanded. After her assessment of my sister backfired, she pulled away from the public eye and wrote cookbooks. But she did have a contact that she often passed information to. I have a story to tell you, I said.
About yourself?
Jenna asked, interest changing the pitch of her voice. If an article did well, Jenna received a kickback. I have a picture that might interest your friend.
Of?
Of Dallas, Washington with Christina Williams, I replied.
Really? And tell me, who is this Dallas?
I gave her a rundown of Dallas and what he'd accomplished thus far. I explained that Christina was flirting with him. Okay, that part was a bit of an exaggeration, but it would at least send Christina's jealous husband, a popular radio personality, into a rage. Tony Williams would drag Dallas's name through the mud, and I'd be the one to save him.
Chapter 10. Tamara. My torturous high heels clicked against the tiled floor of the hotel lobby as I headed for the exit. A few stragglers walked through the glass doors, bringing in the evening breeze with them. I watched eager guests headed for the ballroom and wished that I could be as carefree as they were. A bubble of anxiety grew the longer I stayed in this cursed hotel. No matter how many years went by, the memories still haunted me. Renae wasn't worth the stress. Who gave a crap that the town of Weston was dedicating a day to Renae? I was the insignificant sibling and wouldn't be missed. Besides, it felt immoral to celebrate an event that would only further inflate my sister's ego. She was under the delusion that every second of the day belonged to her. I was about to exit the hotel when one of the glass double doors opened, and my favorite person walked through. His full lips split into a grin as soon as he spotted me. "The party's over already?" Dallas asked. He had a meeting that he couldn't reschedule, so wasn't able to give me a ride to Weston. After graduating college, Dallas and I stayed in Wallace. While he nurtured a successful career in the gaming industry, I was on my way to earning a master's in marriage and family counseling. I haven't gone in yet, I admitted, shame keeping my gaze from meeting his. Come here, Mare, he encouraged. My heart warmed and I instinctively ran into his arms. The anxiety of stepping foot in the ballroom subsided as soon as Dallas held me close. We can go home, Tamara. It isn't like Renae really wants us here. Before I could reply with an affirmative, a shrill voice screeched. Tamara, get your butt into the ballroom. Your sister was looking for you. Doubtful. My bet was that she was anticipating Dallas's arrival since his gaming app was raking in the cash. I didn't bother pointing this out to my mother, who encouraged my sister's fixation on Dallas. She would only say something like, So what? Renae belongs with someone as successful as her. I released Dallas and turned to face the woman. We looked nothing alike. If I hadn't been tortured with a video of my birth, which included a few accidental vajayjay shots, I would have asked for a DNA test. Mom was short, thin, and had fine-boned features. Her skin was a shade lighter than my peanut butter, and her hair was always in a stylish bob. She ditched the dreads 3 years ago. On the other hand, Mom believed that the years hadn't been kind to me. I was what she referred to as big-boned. But Dallas always tried to convince me that I was a tall, curvy woman that could walk on a runway. If that wasn't a reason to keep him around, then what was? I was blessed with ample bosom, narrow hips, and a booty which made finding jeans a nightmare. Mom often encouraged me to lose weight, but I didn't see the point. If a physician approved of my weight, then there was no reason to entertain one of those dreaded crash diets. I knew that an insult was coming when my mother's eyes traveled up and down my dress. What are you wearing? I can count your rolls in that. I was wearing a blue maxi dress paired with killer heels. Tamara looks beautiful, Dallas proclaimed, wrapping his arm around my waist. Mom glared at the guy as if he were cheating on Renae. It took everything to remind my mother that my sister was dating a rapper that was blowing up on the trap scene. Dallas, you shouldn't lie to your friends. At least it doesn't matter what you look like, Tamara. The night isn't yours, Mom huffed. Come on. My heart raced as I walked toward the ballroom. Lord, give me strength, I thought to myself as 2 men in suits opened the double doors for us. Dallas's grip tightened on me as we entered the event. I took deep breaths, forcing the thought that I had been on the dance floor bleeding 6 years ago out of my head. It didn't matter. I survived to tell the tale. Mom led us to the head table, which held my sister, my stepfather Thomas, Mayor Smith, and his wife Daphne, and... What the hell? There were only 2 empty seats, and judging by the purse resting in one of the seats, I knew it was for my mother. Renae stood and glided over to Dallas. Dee, it's so nice to see you, she said as she shot me a glare. We will have so much fun together tonight. We? Dallas asked, confused. Since Tamara insisted on inviting Livy, I put you down as my +1. So that means you sit with me. Tamara, Livy is waiting for you back there, my sister said, pointing at an obscure corner in the back of the room. Dallas, who still had an arm wrapped around me, stiffened. He didn't like the idea of us being separated. I stared at my sister, who was wearing a fitted blue dress with a high slit down the side. Of course, her makeup artist painted her face in a way that was often seen on the red carpets of award shows. I eyed the diamond necklace that was around Renae's neck and shook my head. She was garbed too extravagantly for Weston, a blue-collared town where most folks would consider shopping at Target a splurge. She could have any celebrity in the world, and yet she was trying to take Dallas from me. Well, it wasn't like the guy was my property, but seriously. What happened to little Seven? I asked, referring to the rapper that she was currently dating. He had a show, so it works out, Renae cheered. Okay, Dallas agreed. He released me from his hold, and I felt cold and vulnerable. He wrapped his arms around me in a hug. His lips grazed my earlobe, and I felt butterflies dance in my stomach. Relax. It will be all right, he whispered, his breath warming me from the inside out. Before I could mentally process the fact that Dallas had awakened something in me, he lifted my chin with one of his hands. His eyes were filled with desire? I wasn't sure. Suddenly, his lips landed on mine. For a moment, my lips were unresponsive, but then Dallas flicked his tongue against my bottom lip. It was like my body wasn't my own. My mouth opened for his tongue meeting mine, our lips moving together as if they always did. The problem? Well, we'd never kissed. Dallas was my best friend. There was nothing romantic about us. He was doing this to piss off Renae, I was positive. My assumptions were further confirmed when he pulled away and shot a surprised Renae a mischievous grin. I couldn't resist kissing the most stunning woman in the room. Renae shook her head and sneered at my understated look. Aren't you sweet? Tamara, run along now, Renae said in a sickly sweet tone. I nearly shrieked when a bony hand latched onto my arm. I glanced down at my friend Livy, who was a 5'0" package of crazy. It's been taken care of. Come with me, T. Livy stage whispered. Renae rolled her eyes and linked her arm through Dallas's. It was tempting to take her arm off, but that was illogical. Dallas was single and had every right to date, even if it was Renae. Fine, I said, allowing Livy to escort me to the table tucked away in the back. We sat with a few of my mother's church friends. They ignored us and spent most of their time speculating about Renae's net worth and how large her mansion might be. Livy thrust my water glass at me as soon as my butt hit the seat. Drink up, girlfriend. I took a sip of water and placed the glass on the table with unnecessary force. One of the church women sent me a dirty look that I promptly ignored. What did you take care of? I asked, which made Livy shush me. That was some kiss, huh? She teased, her blue eyes shining. Olivia Marie Stanton, what did you do? I demanded, which made her gasp. You can't use my name like that, especially in this setting. There could be undercover FBI agents here. I glanced around at the townspeople that crammed themselves into garments fit for a middle-class wedding and shook my head. The government wouldn't have any interest in this event. Renae was a B-list actress at best. Despite being 22, she had been unable to shake her good girl image. That meant that Renae was relegated to starring in cheesy teen TV movies. She was oftentimes featured in the tabloids, since she tended to date A-list celebrities. If I had to guess, Little Seven was already getting bored with her. It was logical that she would attempt to make her soon-to-be ex jealous by being seen with Dallas. Whatever you say, Livy. My friend pulled her phone out of her purse and began taking selfies. I predict that you'll be off the market in a few months, she said, the certainty making me laugh. Years of being used as a means to meet Renae made me wary of dating. The therapist in me knew that my avoidance of forming romantic attachments was unhealthy, but I needed to protect myself. Sure, after my internship was over and I was hired as a therapist, I could let my guard down. If I was lucky, I could even start a romance with a coworker. Unlikely, but thanks. What kind of affirmation is that? You should speak things into existence, Livy insisted. Word of the day? I asked, knowing that Livy was working on improving her vocabulary. The girl deserved some credit. Unlike me, she was following through with her New Year's resolution. Mine was to decrease my consumption of microwavable meals. I gave up after a month. Something I picked up online, but forget about that, Livy said as the stage spotlight came on and the mayor rushed onto the stage. He was tall, thin, middle-aged, and had perspiration dotting the crown of his bald head. The poor guy was probably incredibly nervous. Ladies and gentlemen, we're here to celebrate someone that made our town proud. It all began when she was cast in teen drama, a show that entertained millions of young adults. Then she continued taking on roles that gave her a platform to be a role model for teens everywhere. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome Renae Star Cabot. Renae strutted onto the stage as everyone broke into applause. Livy's maniacal grin made me arch a brow. What did Livy have planned? Thank you so much, Renae began, her gracious attitude grating on my nerves. I do really appreciate this honor. I thank the citizens of Weston for their support and my family for their undying love. And I need to thank my friends as well. To every young girl out there, your dreams are possible. Renae clutched her stomach and handed the surprised Mare the microphone. I may have given her too much, Livy whispered. What did you do? I hissed. Livy shook her head. It was clear that she wasn't going to confess her crime since I was disapproving of her juvenile antics. Sometimes I swore that Livy still thought she was in high school. Renae frantically ran toward the area holding the bathrooms. Oh crap, I hope she makes it. I had a fairly good idea of what my friend did, but wanted to confirm it. I pulled my phone out of my purse and sent a one-word text to her. Me. Laxatives? Livy. Affirmative. Livy. By the way, that was my word of the day. Guilt and pity for Renae filled my gut. I was half tempted to go check on her. Before I could let that idea ruminate in my mind, Livy got to her feet. I decided that the crazy lady shouldn't be left to her own devices. I followed her to the hallway that held the bathrooms. Renae's bodyguard waved us through, and we entered the women's bathroom. I think I ate something bad, Renae groaned, her voice traveling through the bathroom stall. I glared at Livy, who mouthed the word sorry. Mom was leaning against the wall, her hands on her hips. You've got to get back out there, she shouted at my sister. Mom, what's going on? I asked. The surprise on my mother's face annoyed me. Seriously? Renae may have been unbearably narcissistic, but she was still my sister. I think that Renae ate bad sushi, she suspected, the gravity in her tone making Livy stifle a giggle. Maybe we can ask the kitchen for crackers, tea, or ginger ale, I suggested, though nothing would really work. What Renae needed was to let the whole thing pass. I'm going to sue the sushi chef, Renae cried. I let out a curse when Daphne, the mayor's wife, entered, concern on her face. Marjorie, is everything all right? The mayor's wife asked my mother. My baby ate bad sushi, my mother replied. Daphne nodded in understanding. I'll just tell the mayor to commence with the food. He'll make the announcement that Renae had to talk to her agent about something. Daphne quickly responded. My mother nodded in approval, and Daphne exited the bathroom. Go back to your seats, ladies. You don't want anyone to notice that you've been gone too long, my mother ordered. Livy and I were happy to escape the bathroom and return to our seats. Chapter 11. Tamara. The dancing commenced after the meal was served. I had no desire to dance, and Livy seemed more interested in her phone. I watched the couples that were swaying to family-friendly old classics and wondered when I was going to find love. Thus far, I followed my 5-year plan to the letter. Sadly, meeting someone hadn't been a priority when I wrote down my goals. I was one of the lucky people. The center where I was doing my internship would possibly hire me if I performed to their liking. But if that fell through, I could always apply somewhere else. I lived with Grandma Mabel, who relocated to Wallace my junior year of college. But I was sure once I was employed, she'd move back to her house in Weston. The little house in Wallace was only a rental. I could tell that she missed being near my dad. Once she left, I'd only have myself and a few friends. I really needed to join one of those dreaded online sites and hope for the best. "What are you thinking about, Mare?" Dallas inquired. His sudden appearance startled me. I couldn't help but to glance at his lips. The memory of the kiss caused nervous energy to flow through my body. "Forget it, Tamara. Dallas is your friend, that's it." My mental pep talk didn't prevent an instant replay from plaguing my mind. Dismissing our kiss would be as possible as surviving a skydiving adventure without a parachute. "The future?" I blurted out. Well, it wasn't an outright lie. I was concerned about how the kiss would affect our friendship. "Don't think so far ahead, T. Why don't you just live a little? Have some fun," Livy encouraged. No, especially since your half-baked plan landed a certain someone on a toilet," I tossed back at her. Livy covered my mouth, her eyes going wide. "I'm telling you, sister, the FBI is everywhere," she cried. Dallas shot Livy a look of disapproval. But I knew that he was thinking that Renae got her just desserts. "Livy's right for once. The future will take care of itself. Come, dance with me," Dallas urged. The excitement in his eyes made my decision. "Okay," I said. Livy let out a cheer and got to her feet. "I have a date. See you two crazy kids later," she shouted, sprinting for the exit. Dallas chuckled at the surprise on my face. "You had to know that she would get the hell out of here as soon as she could." "This really isn't Livy's scene," I acknowledged before getting to my feet. Dallas escorted me onto the dance floor and we swayed to the music. It was like the DJ was ensuring that the crowd wouldn't catch dance fever. The tactic was so obvious. Get these people out of here by 9. That worked for me since I was longing for my bed. I had a full schedule for the next day and had a feeling that it would be a long one. "Hey," Dallas whispered, his breath brushing against my earlobe. I couldn't subdue the desire that suddenly swam to the surface. I looked up into his face. The music wasn't loud enough to deter conversation. "Hey, D." "Keep your eyes on me," he instructed. "Stop thinking about work." It's like the man had the ability to read my mind. I nodded and focused on his eyes as we swayed to the music. It was like time was indeterminate as our gazes held. The presence of the other guests were inconsequential. We just had one another. Two people that were tied together by love and understanding. It was amazing how two friends could be so in sync. We were lucky to have found one another. "I'd like to dance with my date, Tamara," my sister said, ruining the spell that Dallas had on me. I pulled away from Dallas and eyed my sister. She didn't seem uncomfortable by any means. The determination in her eyes told me that she wanted to be close to Dallas. A sudden burst of movement caught my eye. Mom rushed to my side and gripped my arm. She half dragged me toward the exit. It was a good thing that she at least remembered to grab my purse before extricating me from Dallas. Your grandmother is waiting for you. Why didn't you drive yourself? She demanded. My car is in the shop, I explained. Dallas was supposed to give me a ride home. Well, that's not happening. Your sister needs him for the family pictures. I wanted to say that I was a part of the family, but thought it best to hold the words back. The last thing I wanted to do was take a picture with Renae. Her fan base was already convinced that I was jealous of her. If I appeared in a photo with my sister, the body language experts would begin offering up theories. After all, it was one expert that fueled the rumor mill by dubbing me the jealous, ugly sister. Donovan Chambers had believed that he was avenging Renae by trying to eliminate me. I was relieved when I exited the hotel. The cool night air caressed my face. I sucked in a deep breath and blinked in surprise when I realized that Mom was still attached to me. Mom, you can let go. I'm not going to run back in and interrupt Renae and Dallas's dance, I commented. But it was like I hadn't spoken. That boy has no interest in your sister. You must have said something to him, Mom accused. I frowned, confused by the accusation. No, Dallas just doesn't see her that way, I said as my grandmother pulled up to the curb. Are you coming home with us? I can't make it to your graduation, she confessed. Your sister needs me to go to a charity event in LA. It's a mother-daughter event. Okay. Despite the years of being put second, sadness filled my soul at the fact that Mom wasn't interested in seeing me walk across the stage. I'm sure your father will be there. He's working, I said, hating that he couldn't get the time off. Dad planned a trip to Hawaii a year ago, where he intended on proposing to his girlfriend Jenny. The graduation was too close to his trip. Don't go then, she suggested. Grandma Mabel, Livy, and Dallas can attend. It will be fine. Just don't post any pictures on social media. The last thing your sister needs is people saying that she didn't bother attending your graduation, Mom said in a stern tone. Her grip on my arm momentarily tightened, as if aggression would force me to follow her directions. Then, without another word, she handed me my purse and stormed back into the hotel without saying goodbye, or I love you. I opened the passenger door of Grandma Mabel's black Buick Lucerne, which smelled like bubblegum-scented car freshener, and collapsed into the seat. After pulling the door shut, I held my head in my hands. How was work? I asked, feeling guilty that the woman had to play chauffeur to me for the night. Oh, stop with your worrying. Taylor is desperate for hours, so was able to fill in for me. What's up with your crazy mother? Grams wanted to know. I'm sorry about my mother. She's trying this whole matchmaking thing with Dallas and Renae. My grandmother let out a belly laugh. Oh, Marjorie, you have always been delusional. Dallas isn't going to date Renae. He can barely stand her. Tamara, you have nothing to worry about, Grandma assured me. I'm not worried, I instantly replied as images of our kiss filled my mind. Just concentrate on your graduation. I'm excited that my grandbaby is getting her master's. Grandma Mabel was a semi-retired registered nurse that picked up shifts at a nursing home. Our schedules didn't coincide, so my car situation needed to improve soon. I am. My final paper has already been written. It's just... Mom isn't going to my graduation. She has this mother-daughter thing that she needs to go to. She asked me not to participate in the graduation. What? Grandma yelled. She said what?
Oh, I will turn this car back around and plant my foot up her backside, that little.
I'm walking across that stage, Grandma. Don't you worry, I assured the woman. She nodded in relief and continued driving down the bustling streets of downtown Weston. Weston was an hour's drive from home, which meant that Mother had hatched this particular plan hours ago. My phone suddenly vibrated, and I dug it out of my purse. Dallas. Did you really leave because you were annoyed that Renae was on the dance floor? Me. No. Mom decided to call Grandma and tell her to pick me up. She was waiting for me as soon as I got dragged out of the hotel. Dallas. Call me. I grinned and tapped on Dallas's phone number. He picked up after the second ring. Hold on, Renae. I better take this, Dallas insisted, sounding stressed. Moments later, he spoke. What do you mean the latest update has glitches? You sneaky man, I teased. This is your way out of the hot seat? Can IT handle the problem? Dallas demanded. You crazy kids, Grandma muttered to herself. Dallas, you are IT. Do you think that Renae is smart enough to figure that out? I wondered. No, Dallas responded, breaking character. I'll be right there. After he hung up, I giggled. Dallas could say it like it is, my grandma suggested, disapproval lacing her tone. Dallas is in public, Grams. You just can't tell her that he isn't interested. She would make a scene, I reasoned. Sure he can. But he won't, because that boy has a heart of gold. He really does, I said. A soft smile on my face. At least Renae isn't going to my graduation. He won't have to deal with her advances. You'd better post on social media. Her graduation isn't something that you should hide from the world, Graham said. Who cares if it brings shame onto your little sister? The brat needs to be held accountable for everything she has put you through. I'm telling you, Tamara, the best thing for you to do is distance yourself from her. I don't mind doing that. But Mom, I didn't have to finish the sentence. Despite how toxic she was, I still felt obligated to have a relationship with Mom. Dallas theorized that I had been conditioned to be loyal to her by the viewing of her birthing video. I always shot back that the only thing I had been conditioned to do was ask for an epidural when it was time for me to give birth. I think that I wanted her in my life because of her role. Marjorie Cabot was my mother. We needed to have some kind of relationship, right? One day you'll learn, Graham said. Then she turned on the radio.
Chapter 12. Dallas. The moment I slipped my phone back into my suit pocket, I let out a relieved breath. Mare came through for me again. The memory of her lush curves pressing against me made thoughts of the bedroom pop up. What would it be like once Tamara Freeman released control and gave in to what we had? That kiss was only a glimpse, and I was craving more. But first, I needed to get rid of Renae. I turned to head back into the ballroom and pretended to be surprised to find the TV star behind me. The broad wasn't stealthy in the least. I heard her loud-ass heels a mile away. You have to go? Renae asked, as her fingertips began playing with my black silk tie. Her eyes latched onto me, and she fluttered her lashes. Yeah, like that was going to make me stay. It looks like it, I said, trying to find the words that would force this woman to lose interest in me. If I outright told her what I thought, she could make things worse for Mare. The last thing I wanted to do was to have trolls gossiping about Mare's every move. She insisted on being on social media to take back her power, I didn't understand the reason, but would support what made Mare happy. Look, Dallas, I get it. You're intimidated by my celebrity status, she purred. A laugh threatened to come out of my mouth. I stifled it by clearing my throat like someone had 10 flies stuck in their windpipe. Now that you're successful, you need to get used to being with people like me. I need to fix my app, I rasped out. Damn, I needed some water. Hold on, Dallas. We need to talk, Renae softly said as I heard the click of a camera. I searched the lobby and found one lone paparazzi standing there, taking a picture of us. With that guy there? I asked, incredulous. Renae let out one of her obnoxious giggles and kissed my cheek. Oh, hell no. Let's talk in my suite, she said, as she pushed her ample cleavage in my direction. That was a new addition. The last time I laid eyes on Renae, her boobs were smaller than her sister's. It looked like she got work done, just to one-up Tamara. No matter what Renae did, she wouldn't compare to my queen. Mare was tall, curvy, and had an ass that was made for a man's hands to grab. Renae was short, thin, with a beautiful face, but she was more of my friend Matt types. Too bad he wasn't here to distract her. A fleeting idea of calling Matt to do me a solid plopped in my mind, but then I recalled that he had a girlfriend, and I shouldn't encourage my friend to cheat on her. What do you say, Dallas? I guess we can talk in your suite, I reluctantly said. An annoyed expression crossed her face, which was confusing. I agreed to her suggestion. I asked you if I could come back to your place, since you have work to do. What? When did Renae ask me that? Oh yeah, probably when I was mentally critiquing her boob job. I shook my head. I like working in silence. Haven't you worked while Tamara has been there? Renae questioned. Yes, but... Right, she isn't much of a distraction. Never mind, That's enough, Renae. I need to go and you're holding me up, I said, pissed that it was necessary to play around with this crap. The sooner Tamara cut her mother out of her life, the sooner I would stop dealing with Renae. Those two were unfortunately a package deal. I thought that Renae would flip me off. I assumed that she would tell me that I shouldn't speak to her in that way. What I wasn't expecting was for her to loop her arms around my neck and kiss me. It felt like kissing a rock. Her lips were hard and boring. I counted down the seconds, dying for it to be over. Once she pulled away, I wiped my mouth. Good night, Renae, I said. I angrily exited the Westin Hotel, vowing to find a way to get Renae off my back for good. I pulled my car into the driveway and was unsurprised to see my porch light on. A headache was in my future. I knew it when I spotted the Harley parked in my driveway. Sighing, I got out of my car and entered my abode with a fake smile in place. Immediately, the smell of cigarette smoke made my nose twitch. Mare hated the scent, and it would put her on edge when she came over for our Monday night dinner. I'd need to pick up some air freshener tomorrow. Charlie let out a put-out meow as I walked into the kitchen. An empty pizza box was on the floor. The tabby that I rescued from the shelter 2 years ago had a habit of knocking things off the table. I scratched behind the cat's ears, relieved when my buddy began purring again. "Hey, is that you?" Matt shouted from the living room. I would ask who else he expected it to be, but there were occasions when Matt used this house as his love nest. "Time to face the music, Charlie," I said as I entered the room. Matt lounged on the couch, nursing a Heineken. A tall brunette wearing a short skirt and a crop top sat beside him, her green eyes latching onto me. I knew exactly what it was. Matt's persistence was beginning to aggravate me. "Dallas, this is my friend Emily. I was just telling her that you created the zombie game she loves. I eyed the woman, whose lips split in a grin. I made it to level 25. What's the mysterious grand prize? She asked. Shock filled me, and I felt guilty for stereotyping the woman. I can't tell you. You'll find out on the first like everybody else, I said. Matt was grinning from ear to ear, obviously pleased that he found someone for me. I'm still asking her tomorrow, Matt, I warned. He stiffened, his beer halfway to his mouth. Asking who? Emily asked, her eyes bouncing between Matt and me. Before I could explain that I needed to get ready for a proposal, the sound of a quacking duck filled the room. Emily giggled while Matt groaned. I cursed, hating myself for lying to Renae. I shouldn't have tempted the universe. I dug my phone out of my suit pocket and stared at the last contact I wanted to see after midnight. Did you ask Tamara out yet? What did she say? Did she like the ring Livy picked out? Did Matt try to ruin things? I bet he did. You know how Matt is. Byron, man, slow down. What's wrong with the app? I asked, making my way up the stairs. Matt would see himself out. Well, by any chance, are you sitting down? 6 years later, my brother still hadn't changed. He was the co-creator of our app and was terrible at getting to the point. Dealing with conflict made him nervous, but he was still one of the most dependable people I knew. Not yet, I said as I entered my room. Okay, well, you should probably sit. You know, I nearly fainted when I heard the news. I'm tough, Byron. Just give it to me straight. XTD doesn't want to invest in our video game, he blurted out. Something about not allying themselves with immoral people. What did we do? Well, okay, I'm going to give it to you straight, just like you asked. There is a horrid rumor out there that you messed with a married woman. I don't hang out with any married women, I protested, trying to rack my brain for a misperceived situation. Yeah, that's what I tried to say. I even mentioned your upcoming engagement. Well, I had to because we really wanted this deal and... Byron, I understand, I said as I began tugging my hair. Who's the married woman? Does Christina Williams sound familiar to you? Nope. Am I supposed to know her? She starred with that horrid Renae on that cheesy sitcom, Byron reminded me. Of course, this had something to do with that slithering snake. Anger nearly consumed me at the thought that the self-centered brat was trying to take my dream away from me. Whatever, we'll find another investor, I said, disappointed. It will all work out, Dallas. It better. I wasn't surprised when the line went dead. Byron hated to say goodbye. He was convinced that it brought bad luck.
Chapter 13. Tamara.
My wife never wants to spend any time with me.
Edward, my last client of the day, complained. He was a tall, pudgy man who typically wore a suit to every session. Since his wife Virginia refused to leave the house, our sessions were the only time he could dress up. You want to avoid terms like never and always, I gently cautioned the man who rolled his dark eyes.
You don't need to use your psychotherapy mumbo-jumbo on me. I'm just here because you actually listen to me. So, like I was saying, my wife is always on her phone. Whenever I try to talk to her, she lets out one of those long sighs. She puts her phone on the couch and gives me the look. I do try to stop what happens next, but I'm only a man. So I let her drag me into the bedroom so that we can play hide the sausage. Then she hobbles out of bed and goes back into the living room to play on her phone again. It's not that someone young like you will understand it, but a man needs certain things like a home-cooked meal, entertainment, and some time in front of the television on Sundays. On Sundays, she forces me to make a 3-course meal for her and the kids because she doesn't cook.
I refrained from glancing at the clock that hung on the wall beside the door. I appreciated the opportunity to work at the Wallace Family Center, since I was one of the few grad students in my cohort who was receiving compensation for hours worked. But sometimes, the day just dragged. Do you tell your wife that you'd like to spend quality time together, outside the home?
Do you tell a politician to take his mistress to the inaugural ball? It's common sense. If a man strolls into the living room wearing his best shoes, he's going to want to hit the club.
The idea of someone Edward's age hitting the club sounded mortifying. He was around my father's age and was the principal of a high school. Edward, how is Virginia going to know what you're feeling if you don't tell her? I asked. Edward rubbed his chin, which told me that he was about to get philosophical.
Tamara, do you believe in soulmates?
That question made my mind wander to Dallas. The kiss felt so electrifying. Despite the fact that he only kissed me to prove a point to Renae, it still filled my daydreams. And what about that dance? Tamara, no! You will not go there. Dallas is your best friend and that's it. Do you believe in soulmates? I asked, preferring to keep the focus on my client.
I thought Virginia was my soulmate, but she tricked me. As soon as I put that 1 carrot on her finger, she turned into a lazy person that never wants to do anything except for play hide the sausage,
Edward complained. I was relieved when the timer on my phone went off. Edward, that's the end of our time together. Now, I'm going to give you a piece of homework, I announced as I cleaned up my session notes on the laptop that the center assigned me.
What would that be? He huffed.
You have your couples session on Friday. I want you to ask her out on a date before then, I suggested.
Married people shouldn't have to go on dates, Edward protested.
Just try it, I urged. He nodded. I handed the computer to Edward so that he could electronically sign his session notes. After completing the task, Edward got to his feet. I eagerly shut down the laptop and stored it in a travel bag. I slung the bag over my shoulder, then walked to the elevator with Edward. I called the elevator, then waited as it slowly ascended to the 3rd floor.
So, Tamara, you dodged my question in there. Do you believe in having a soulmate?
Dallas's handsome face momentarily filled my mind. We had a bond that would never be tenuous, despite the challenges life tossed at us. I think that a soulmate doesn't always have to be a lover. I actually have this friend that I've known since I was 5. Thankfully, the ding of the elevator prevented Edward from continuing the conversation. The elevator doors slid apart, and a therapist and her client exited. I gave them both nods of greetings and stepped on, followed by Edward. As soon as the door closed, my eyes landed on Livy, who was an employee at the center. Her first day on the job coincided with the beginning of my internship. Hey, T, need a ride home? I'm offering carpool services until the pollution in this world abates. Word of the day? I asked, not surprised by the language. No, I tried the word of the day calendar thingy. It was very arid. I didn't blame Edward for shooting me a puzzled look. Sorry to hear that, but I will take that ride, I decided as the doors slid apart. I waited until Edward exited the lobby before glaring down at my friend. Did you drive the Cadillac to work? Livy straightened, her green eyes shooting sparks at me. Of course I did. After the drive to Weston, my driver quit, and I wasn't about to take a dreaded car service. It was raining, and I didn't want to ruin my hair, Livy said, caressing one of her curly blonde locks. But you don't have a license. Livy jabbed me in the side with her bony finger. Not too loud. The popo could have this place bugged. I swear that one of my clients is a serial killer. I groaned, knowing that my friend would go on all night if I allowed her to. Having climbing gear in her trunk doesn't make your client a serial killer. Livy shook her head at me. Now, are you going to get moving or what? Fine, I grumbled, holding out my hand, an impatient look on my face. What? Livy asked. The keys. There's no way in hell I'm getting into the car with you, I declared. Livy pouted. I didn't clip any mailboxes. I'm telling you, the caddy doesn't have a single scratch, Livy protested. She must have known that I wasn't going to budge because the woman pulled her keys from the side pocket of her big purse and tossed them at me. I sighed and led the way to the parking lot. What happened? I squeaked, eyeing the tape that was holding the rearview mirror together. Livy let out a groan. Not my best moment. Last night, I went to this wedding. You should have seen the place. There were floor-to-ceiling glass windows, a chandelier, and florid candelabras, she wistfully recalled. Wedding? Who got married? Wait a minute, I thought you said that you had a date. I asked as Livy tossed her stuff into the back of the caddy and walked over to the passenger side door. It was just like the woman to leave her car door unlocked. I deposited my travel bag beside Livy's things and plopped into the driver's seat, wary of my friend's explanation. You know how I believe in honesty, right? She asked as I backed the caddy out of the parking spot. Yes, it was one of the first things you said to me when we met. What does that have to do with you having a date last night? I had a date with Justice. I felt horrible about something and had to come clean. You see, I was seeing this fella named Phil. It turns out that he has a woman. I didn't find out until I hacked his Instagram account and snooped through his DMs. I thought that Ava should know. I wasn't naive enough to believe that Liv had altruistic reasons for telling Ava that her husband-to-be was a no-good cheater. Why? I wondered as I turned onto the street that held luxury apartments stuffed into towering high-rises. What do you mean, why? This poor woman was going to marry Phil, a lying cheat that doesn't even put down the toilet seat. I actually nearly fell in once, but never mind that, she said, her hands making dramatic gestures. Do you love Phil? I forced myself to ask. No, I'm a benevolent human being that cares for others. I wanted to call BS, but I was just about to arrive at Livy's building. Wait a minute. This isn't where you live. I'll have Dallas drop your car off in the morning. You're not driving without a license, I insisted. Car or not, I wasn't about to be stuck using Livy's car either. She would send me on all sorts of errands. But I have a date with Phil tonight. Then have him pick you up. You know, T, I love you dearly, but sometimes you can be really bossy, Livy complained, her lips forming into a pout. I'm doing this for your own good. Fine, Livy huffed, a resolute expression on her face. Whatever you say. Maybe I'll slip into something comfortable and invite Phil over. He's a ripper, so I'm running out of the good stuff. Want to take me to the store tomorrow? Oh, great. I usually tried to avoid becoming Livy's replacement driver. Unless I wanted to see Livy hurt, I didn't have much of a choice. Not really, but I suppose I can do it. I reluctantly agreed. Livy pressed a wet kiss to my cheek, then launched herself from the front seat like she couldn't get away from me fast enough. Bring my stuff tomorrow, she shouted before jogging into her building. Great. I just signed up for driving the hellion to work tomorrow. At least Grandma Mabel wouldn't have to give me a ride. Letting out a groan of frustration, I began making the drive to Dallas's house. I pulled into the paved drive of the 2-story colonial home that Dallas purchased 2 months ago. It was an upgrade from his humble digs at the horse farm. He had enough money to purchase one of the luxury condos that Livy's ex-husband bought her after their divorce. Till this day, I couldn't figure out how Livy managed to convince a billionaire to marry her without a prenuptial agreement in place. I parked the Cadillac behind Dallas's Chevy SUV and hopped out, excitement replacing the nervous energy that had been clinging to me. It was going to be all right. Dallas wouldn't bring up the kiss. He knew me well enough to understand that I needed predictability in my life. He would surely stick to the plan: dinner and a movie. I sniffed the air and didn't pick up the smell of grilling meat. That put me on alert, since Dallas always grilled steaks on Monday nights. Maybe a business meeting made him run a bit behind schedule? I didn't want to spend all night pondering the reasons. Instead, I grabbed my phone from my laptop bag and locked the car and went up the steps to Dallas's abode. His cat, Charlie, was resting on one of the porch chairs that I gave him as a housewarming gift last month. I smiled down at the orange tabby cat who was stretched out on his back. After giving him a scratch behind one of his ears, I opened the screen door and turned the knob to the front door, unsurprised when it wasn't locked. Dallas always left the door unlocked for me. When I entered the house, the floral scent hit me. Frowning, I stepped into the kitchen and was stunned to see a massive bouquet of red roses resting on the kitchen island. There was a card beside the arrangement. Was this arrangement for Dallas's girlfriend? He hadn't mentioned being interested in someone. Would he tell me if he was looking to woo a lady? I would think so, since Dallas shared everything with me. Just to assure myself that this arrangement was for Dallas's mother, I snatched up the card and opened it. Dear Tamara, there is so much that I want to write in this card, but I settled on one thing. Please keep an open mind, Mare. I don't want to lose you. I love you. D. I smiled, relieved that the card wasn't for some hussy down the street. Why did he make such a grand gesture? My birthday was a couple months ago. It didn't matter why he did it. I wanted to tell Dallas that I loved him. Hopefully, after he was assured of my friendly feelings, he wouldn't be worried about me. I hefted the bouquet into my arms and paused. There were rose petals on the floor. The sight of them made nervous energy fill my stomach. The color signified more than what we were. All of this effort couldn't have been made for me. I couldn't make sense of it. Was he in love with another Tamara? My name wasn't so uncommon that Dallas's mystery woman couldn't share it. No, Dallas knew that I was coming over for dinner. The only time he canceled on me was when he had the flu. Maybe he wanted to apologize for kissing me. That was it. Dallas probably felt horrible for his impulsive move. Forcing my feet forward, I followed the rose petals out of the kitchen and into a hallway that held the stairs to the second floor, and the door that led onto the patio. I forced myself to open the door and stepped outside, and beheld an unexpected scene. Chapter 14. Tamara. I eyed Dallas, who was standing by the patio table, which was set for two. There were lit candles in the center, surrounding another bouquet of flowers. He'd used the finest china, and empty champagne flutes rested at both place settings. I eyed the cloth napkins that were neatly wrapped around the silverware, trying to figure out what Dallas's objective was. His nervous expression didn't offer any clues. I awkwardly put the flower arrangement I snagged from the kitchen down by the door. "Do you like it, Mare?" he asked, his dark eyes connecting with mine. My stomach flipped, and I shifted from foot to foot. "Yes, it's beautiful. What's the occasion?" He stepped forward, his face filling with tension. Was Dallas going to give me terrible news? What if he decided to move to Silicon Valley? That would not only suck, but my heart would break if we were separated. The words on his card flashed in my mind. "Please keep an open mind, Mare. I don't want to lose you." I thought that I could wait until dessert to ask you, but I don't think that I can wait any longer. He wanted me to move to Silicon Valley with him. I knew it by the nervous expression that flitted across his face. He stuck one of his shaking hands into the pocket of his jeans and pulled out a velvet ring box. Yep, there was probably some friendship ring sitting in that box. Crap. I should stop this before he asked. I love my internship, I blurted out. Dean is thinking about offering me a full-time job. There. Now he'd know that I most definitely couldn't up and move again. Dallas suddenly got down on bended knee. Oh crap, what in the world was Dallas doing? And why did I want to run my fingers through his curly black ringlets? He took my left hand in one of his, causing warmth to fill my chest. What was I thinking? How could I allow him to go on another adventure without me? A life absent of the kind man that has given me years of laughter, joy, and unconditional love was an empty one. I'd take a leap for him. Mare, I love you. You're my best friend, my heart, and life would be empty without you. I would be honored if you were willing to complete me. Tamara Lucy Freeman, will you marry me? Yes, I carelessly said, failing to consider the question. Dallas grinned and tenderly slid a massive princess-cut diamond ring on my finger. He stood, his smile wide with excitement. I misspoke, his touch capturing my attention so completely that I hadn't grasped the question. Before I could issue a retraction, Dallas wrapped his strong arms around me. My arms were trained well. They wrapped around him, my head snuggling into his chest. For a moment, we stood there, Dallas's fingertips gently tracing a path on my back. But then he pulled away, which left me disappointed. Until his lips met mine for the second time in less than 24 hours. Dallas's lips were gentle in the beginning, but then passion seemed to take hold of my actions. My grip on him tightened as our lips continued to move together. His tongue plunged into my mouth, tangling with mine. He held me close as our tongues began exploring each other's mouths. We probably would have kissed forever, if it weren't for the sudden sound of breaking glass. Dallas jerked away as a woman's shriek filled the evening. Come on, I grumbled, disappointed that I couldn't talk to Dallas about the ring. Married? Dallas Washington wanted me to be his bride. I was trying to wrap my mind around that idea when I heard a thud. I think someone's car is being vandalized, Dallas said. He descended the patio steps and jogged around the house. I followed him, still distracted by the idea that my life would change yet again. The scene that greeted us was astonishing. A tall woman with long black hair was swinging a Louisville Slugger at Livy's Cadillac. Her friend, a short woman with stunning micro braids, was serving as some sort of lookout. Ladies, this is unnecessary, Dallas said, his voice startling both women. Tisha, you put the bug on the wrong car, the woman holding the bat accused. My bad, Tisha said, her brown eyes holding embarrassment. Will a 50 take care of this? Dallas arched a brow at Tisha, who let out a groan. Ava, we should have taken Derek's sports car. My hunk of a junk isn't a good getaway car. I rubbed my forehead, dreading the answer to the question I was about to ask. Do either of you have an issue with Livy Stanton? Tisha nodded. That hussy broke up my girl's engagement. So Phil is your ex? I realized, disgust and annoyance mixing with one another. What was Livy thinking? Why do you hang out with someone like that? She's a snake. I wouldn't put it past her to hook up with your fiancé. Ava ranted. Ava glanced at the diamond that I was still wearing. Dallas laughed, the thought of dating Livy obviously amusing to him.
Livy?
You think that I'd hook up with her? Tisha nodded, like she understood Dallas's reaction. Let's cut the crap. What are you two going to do about this? Ava demanded. We would obviously call the police, who would manage this unfortunate situation. Look, I get why you did what you did. It was wrong. By busting Livy's windows, it proves to Phil that he still has a hold on you. Don't give your ex the satisfaction. His words came from experience. I want Phil to pay, Ava snarled. Then live your best life, Dallas suggested. It's what I did when my ex cheated on me. Look at what I've got now. A good career, a house, and a beautiful fiancé. Dallas wrapped his arm around me, and I relaxed against him. Tisha wiped away a tear. Do you have any brothers? Ava's sidekick hopefully asked. Dallas let out a chuckle. Yes, unfortunately he refuses to go on dates, he responded. Damn, Tisha complained. Her disappointment was expressed by a stomp of one Jordan-cladded foot. Ava rolled her pain-filled eyes. Are you going to call the cops on us? Ava demanded. Dallas shook his head and Ava deflated. Relief plastered across her face. I'll even pay for the repairs. I just need you to do something for me. What would that be? Tisha hotly asked. I need you to go to therapy, Ava. Just try it for 6 weeks. If you don't like it, fine. But if you do that for... She'll do it, Tisha said, interrupting Dallas. Not so fast, I said, knowing that the distraught bride wouldn't follow through. I pulled away from Dallas and rushed back into the house. I quickly fetched a card out of my purse and ran out into the front yard and handed it to Ava. I'll tell the receptionist to expect your call. You have 2 days, I warned. Ava grudgingly nodded, and Tisha dragged her to a hoopty parked in front of the house. As soon as they drove off, Dallas let out a chuckle. Matt is going to have fun fixing this, he commented. Matt was a mechanic who had a nasty habit of switching out his girlfriend once a month. He was a nice enough man, but I felt funny about him spending so much time with Dallas. Deep down, I was worried that my kind-hearted friend would pick up some of Matt's no-good traits. Do you want me to call a different mechanic? I quickly shook my head. The weight of the ring reminded me that we had more important things to talk about. Mare, if you have a better mechanic, then we'll call your guy. Guy? I asked, disapproval laced in my tone. Did I say something wrong? My mechanic could be a woman, I pointed out, though that was far from the truth. My mechanic was a gentle giant who was tolerant of my late payments. Right. Do you want me to call your female mechanic? Dallas asked, emphasizing the word female. No, I want to talk about our wedding. Crap, why had I worded it that way? Dallas grinned and wrapped his arm around my shoulders. Then let's talk, he said, leading me inside the house. As soon as we arrived in the living room, Dallas gestured to the couch. Sit. I'll be right back. I'll take care of the Cadillac, then grab dinner. Dallas kissed my forehead and left the room. All right, Tamara, you are a grown woman. Dallas loves you. All you have to do is tell him no. You never dated one another. Your first real kiss was after he proposed. Yes, it was a wonderful toe-curling kiss, but you can't marry someone because you can kiss. Yes, you know Dallas and you love him, but you aren't in love with him. Well... Tamara, why are you sitting on the couch with your eyes closed? Cindy, Matt's latest girlfriend, asked me. I opened my eyes and let out a breath. Just thinking, I responded. annoyance swirling in my gut. Cindy was everything that I hated in a woman. Mean, shallow, and selfish.
Your mouth was moving. That looked weird. Anyway, why haven't you followed me on Instagram? I followed you.
Cindy was the type that would follow someone, then would promptly unfollow them when they returned the favor. I only knew this because we've done this song and dance twice. I'm not on social media that much. I lied.
You just liked one of Dallas's photos 2 days ago,
Cindy argued, flipping her straight red hair over her shoulder. Dallas strolled back into the room carrying a heaping plate of food. Cindy, what brings you here? Dallas inquired.
You called Matt while we were on a date. He dropped me off here so he can get his tow truck.
Dallas's unwanted guest explained. Why didn't he just take you home? I asked in an annoyed tone.
My roommate has her boyfriend over and I don't like him,
Cindy huffed, plopping down on the couch beside me.
Where's my plate?
Dallas glanced down at the pot roast, mashed potatoes, and broccoli on the plate. I'll heat up something for you. I only had this dinner catered for 2, Dallas said, handing me the heavy plate. Mare saved me some. When my best friend left the room, I longed for his company.
Why are you guys sharing a plate? Cindy asked.
Because this was supposed to be a dinner date, I responded.
No way! Dallas Washington asked you out on a date?
Cindy scowled for a moment, but then she sighed.
Me, an influencer with thousands of followers, bags a mechanic, and a nerdy psychologist gets the millionaire?
I've known Dallas for years. She rolled her eyes and dug her ever-present cell phone out of her bag.
I'll be right back,
she said. I was thankful when she left the living room.
Chapter 15. Dallas. Annoyance filled every step as I pulled a frozen Salisbury steak meal out of the freezer and popped it in the microwave. Poor Tamara was off-kilter, nervous, and uncertain, and I didn't have the chance to reassure her. Matt thoughtlessly dumped his clingy girlfriend here so that he could pick up his tow truck. I took a deep breath, focusing on the positive. At least Mare hadn't said no outright. That meant that she also felt the sizzling connection between us. The memory of her juicy body pressed against mine momentarily entered my brain. But then I shook it away, knowing that Mare wasn't going to be in the mood to do anything physical, especially with Cindy here. The microwave beeped and I pulled the meal out and plopped it on a dinner plate, not feeling like digging out the dinner trays that Mare begged me to buy. After getting a fork and knife out of the drawer, I went to the patio and saw the broad lounging in one of the chairs, drinking a glass of Dom Perignon. You opened that? I asked, not believing the woman's audacity. It was there, Cindy said, snapping a selfie of herself. I dropped the plate in front of her, not caring that the sauce splattered a bit. Bon appetit, I sarcastically said, dropping the silverware on the patio table. The roar of Matt's tow truck announced his arrival, and I quickly made my way to the driveway, eager to tell him to take Cindy home. He got out of his truck and made his way to me. She said no, Matt assumed, looking hopeful. I suppressed the annoyance that filled my gut, knowing that Matt would never understand Mare and me. Cindy is on my patio drinking the champagne that Mare and I were supposed to drink, I said, which made Matt shrug. Mare wasn't going to drink it anyway. She's too uptight. Watch it, man. You're talking about my fiancé. Matt covered his face and groaned. She didn't have the good sense to say no. Dee, this is a train wreck waiting to happen. You haven't so much as looked at another girl since Via. Might as well play the field, see what's out there, he pleaded. I thanked my gift of self-preservation for not telling Matt my deepest, darkest secret before responding. When I see something that I want, I go for it. Good for business, terrible for your sex life, Matt countered. He grinned and patted me on the back. Keep Cindy company. She isn't going to want to ride to the shop with me. His mischievous expression made me let out a breath. Livy again? While Cindy is distracted, Livy and I can talk about her car. We both knew that no talking would be involved. If only Tamara knew how Livy and Matt spent their time, she'd be pissed. Be careful, Matt. Livy will toss you aside when she finds someone else to play with. Just keep Cindy busy. I nodded and walked over to the caddy and snatched Livy and Tamara's bags. Be careful, I said. After that, I headed inside. Everything all right, Mare? I asked as I entered with a dinner plate that held a hefty size of chocolate cake with a generous scoop of vanilla ice cream. She stared at me, like the answer to the question was in another galaxy. So I decided to say something else. I was hoping that we would eat outside, but Cindy is on her phone. Yep, it was low, but women loved complaining about one another, right? At least she isn't here with us. When is Matt going to dump her? Well now, that question came out of left field. I frowned as I retook the spot beside her. What makes you think that Matt is going to dump Cindy? I wondered. I scooped up a bite of ice cream and held it in front of her luscious mouth. She quickly accepted the bite of vanilla bean and savored it. Matt has a problem. He dates a girl for exactly 6 weeks, then he dumps her. I'm not sure why that is, but I'd label him a serial dater. Tamara was right again, but I wasn't about to admit it. After all, I had my boy's honor to defend. Matt is very loyal, trust me on it. He doesn't mean to go through women. He just can't have the one he really wants. Guilt stabbed my heart when I remembered his drunken confession. Matt isn't in love with your mother, is he? Mare asked. I let out a knee-slapping laugh. Don't laugh at me, it's a valid question, Mare said, bumping her shoulder against mine. I calmed down, figuring that this was the opportunity that I needed to change Mare's mind about my friend. I promised not to tell a soul, but Matt is in love with this woman. She's ignored him from day one. Her heart has always been elsewhere. Matt's friends with the woman's significant other, so doesn't want to mess things up with his friend. He chose a friendship over what he really wants. What the hell, Dallas? Mare is very perceptive. She's going to figure everything out. Does this woman know? Tamara asked, a thoughtful expression on her face. I don't think so. Like I said, she doesn't really notice him. Or maybe she's disgusted by his parade of women, Tamara argued, which made me sigh. Or maybe she doesn't trust Easy. I agree with that. If I had been burned, I wouldn't want to deal with someone like him. And there was the reason why Matt never had a shot with Mare. Let's talk about our... Cindy's presence cut off her words. She strutted into the room, a tight smile on her face. Dallas, really? You couldn't spring for a pizza? At least the view outside was wonderful, Cindy gushed. I think it's dumb that you proposed to Tamara. But whatever, marriages aren't permanent. So, will you have the wedding here? No, Mare said, her tone sharp. Of course, Cindy kept on talking, not allowing me to diffuse Tamara's growing anxiety. Too bad, the backyard is beautiful. I'm assuming that Matt will be your best man? I don't think so, I said. Matt didn't exactly support the idea of me getting married. Judging by the flash of anger in Tamara's eyes, that had been the wrong thing to say. I know that neither of you will invite Donovan to the wedding, Cindy joked, but the name caused pain and resentment to mingle in my body. Suddenly, I was running onto the dance floor, chasing a maniac who was determined to hurt Mare. I squashed the impulse to wrap Mare in my arms and glared at Cindy. Don't mention that name in this house, I said, my voice holding a cold warning. Matt's girlfriend shot me a confused expression. Did I say something? She asked, her well-shaped eyebrow arched. I wasn't moved to play Cindy's sadistic mental games. It appeared that Mare had something else in mind. Let's watch something. I could tell by the wide grin that my fiancé was planning something. I vote that we watch something else, Cindy whined, 2 hours into our impromptu documentary binging session. My eyes were drooping, the thought of bed calling to me. I was relieved that Mare's Honda was in the shop. She had no choice but to spend the night with me. I knew that nothing was going to happen between us. I just loved her company. You're right, Tamara agreed, shooting the woman a wide grin. I think that we should stop watching documentaries about the Romans. Cindy's relieved expression barely had a chance to settle before Tamara spoke. I vote for a good World War II documentary. Cindy stood and shook her head. I'm good. I called an Uber. It's waiting outside. Have a nice night. Cindy quickly ran out of the house, the door slamming behind her. I feel awful, but I really wanted her to leave, I admitted. I think she made up the lie about the roommate, Tamara said through a yawn. To what end? Dallas, think about it. Usually, I'm driving home by 9 o'clock. She was probably hoping that she could spend a few hours with you. I shook my head. Cindy is into Matt. 2 days ago, she asked him to exchange house keys. I bet that if you asked Cindy out, she would still go on a date with you, Tamara replied with confidence. The girl is an influencer. What use does she have with a mechanic? I hope that she loves Matt in her own way, I said, even though Matt didn't deserve it. Enough about those two. Let's go to bed. Mare was curled up in the center of the bed like the bed hog she was. She was my reason for buying a king-sized bed. In fact, this entire room was designed with Mare in mind. I purchased dark, functional furniture and replaced the carpet with hardwood and painted the walls lavender. It was nice that something was going right. She was wearing my t-shirt while sleeping in my bed. After letting out another yawn, I turned off the lights and slipped under the sheets and fell asleep, not recalling the feeling of my head hitting the pillow.
Chapter 16. Tamara. The first clue that I wasn't in my bed was the hideous alarm that dragged me out of dreamland. I usually set my phone alarm to play Beethoven. But the sound of a drumline blasted through the speakers that were connected to Dallas's iPhone. Dallas let out a groan and rolled over on his stomach. I rubbed my tired eyes and decided that the noise had to go. I got out of bed and rushed over to Dallas's phone and quickly silenced the racket. Then I proceeded to shake my best friend awake. Go away, he complained. I laughed at the reaction. Dallas Washington wasn't what anyone would call an early bird. On what he considered a bad day, he wasn't up earlier than 10. Come on, Dallas, you have to take me home. He slowly rolled over and gingerly sat up. His sleepy eyes opened, and when his gaze met mine, my heart raced. It would have been so easy to kiss Dallas. His just woke-up expression was cute. No, Tamara, you can't want to kiss Dallas. He's your friend, not your lover. I'll get showered, then drive you back to your place. Oh, crap! Livy's going to kill me. I forgot that her stuff is in the Cadillac. My stuff is in the Cadillac. Why in the hell hadn't I thought about that? I'm usually more organized. I think that your proposal threw me off. It was so unexpected and... Slow down, Mare. Take a deep breath. Let's not freak out so early in the morning. Without my laptop, I can't do my work. I reminded him. I took everything out of Livy's car and put it in my trunk before Matt took the caddy to the shop, he explained, which agitated me. You could have told me that, I hotly said. Dallas shot me a patient look. Let's just get moving. I don't want to make you late for work, Dallas said, getting out of bed. An hour later, I was finally given the opportunity to call the engagement off. I was buckled into the passenger seat of Dallas's sleek black SUV as he navigated the streets of downtown Wallace. He had quickly showered, which was a record for him. Usually, Dallas spent hours in the bathroom. His dark hair was damp and he wore a black t-shirt and dark jeans. Dallas, I want to talk to you about something, I said, my heart rate suddenly picking up. Yes, this was an uncomfortable matter, but he couldn't expect me to marry him. Dallas was my best friend. I was positive that he'd understand. What about Mare? Dallas asked, his tone making my heart ache. I most definitely didn't want to lose him. Perhaps I didn't have to be so blunt with him. Maybe Dallas wasn't seeing how incompatible we were. Your morning alarm is horrible, not soothing in the slightest. I know. That's the only thing that will wake me up. I brushed imaginary dirt off my rumpled skirt and tried again. Breaking off an engagement was a lot more difficult than I thought. You proposed, I awkwardly said. Dallas shot me a heart-stopping smile that made warmth fill my soul. Why didn't you start with a date? Haven't we been dating for the last 6 years? His question startled me into silence. What? No way! Dallas and I were best friends that did everything together, none of which were romantic. My cell phone rang, halting the conversation. I dug it out of my purse, stunned to see my mother's name on the caller ID. Hi, Mom. Why are you up so early? Tamara Lucy Freeman! How dare you get engaged before your sister? And you didn't even have the decency to give me the heads up! Mom shrieked. I quickly pulled the phone away from my ringing ear and let out a curse. I glanced at Dallas, who had a concerned expression on his face. My mother and I weren't close, so I couldn't fathom why Dallas would find it necessary to give her the news. Dallas told you? No! Renae saw some girl's Instagram post. What girl? I demanded, my mind flashing back to Ava and Tisha. Had they decided to announce our impending nuptials online? Cindy, whatever. It doesn't matter. Why didn't you tell me? Why didn't I tell her? Probably because I was hoping to break it off before anyone was the wiser. Pressure filled my chest and I felt as though I was going to implode from the emotion. Cindy Carlson? I responded, my hands eager to wring the influencer's neck. Yes, she took a picture of the patio where Dallas proposed. Kind of basic, but it doesn't take much to impress you. Dallas's proposal was thoughtful. It was perfect. He gave me flowers, made a wonderful speech, and the ring is everything that I've dreamed of, I defended. Renae is furious. Dallas was supposed to date her. It makes sense since he's a millionaire. What do you have to offer him? Mom shouted. Friendship? I actually got to know Dallas. Mom, is there anything else you'd like to say? I asked, anger contaminating my soul. Why did Renae insist on trying to take Dallas from me when being an actress gave her access to many eligible bachelors? Thomas is happy for you, Mom reluctantly told me. Since Thomas was one of the nicest people around, I was convinced that my sister inherited all of her horrid traits from Mom. Tell Thomas I said thank you. You can tell him yourself, or you could break up with Dallas. You should let Renae have her way, Mom encouraged. He's mine, I snapped, not wanting Renae's grubby hands anywhere near my soulmate. Despite the fact that I thought it was insane to marry him, it didn't mean that I wanted him poisoned by the likes of Renae Stark-Habit. Of course he is. It would figure that he would pick someone like you. Anyway, you have to meet with Reverend Marsden to reserve the church, she told me. I knew damn well that Dallas's mother, Patricia, would want us to marry in our hometown. I let out a groan, not knowing how to respond to her comment. I'll talk it through with Dallas. Who knows? Maybe we'll get married in Vegas, I suggested, which made my fiancé shoot me a thumbs up. You will not marry in Vegas. I will call Patricia and we'll figure something out. Ask Dallas what the budget is, she ordered. Mom, it's too early to talk about something like this, I groaned. Stop being useless and ask the boy what the budget is, she impatiently said, hanging up after her unpleasant parting words. You didn't tell your mother about our engagement? Dallas asked. I was so shocked. Then the thing with the Cadillac happened. I just couldn't wrap my mind around last night, I rambled, desperate to keep the hurt out of his eyes. The relief on Dallas's face made me relax. I know that you're horrible at change, and you also like control. So I'll leave the setting of the wedding date to you. Great, Tamara. This is your opening. Just tell Dallas that you aren't ready to get married. Tell him that you'll consider a date and more kissing. Sounds good, I said. It was like my mouth and my brain were at war with one another. Were you serious about Vegas? Dallas asked, interest lighting his eyes. I just got overwhelmed. Mom was sending so much negativity my way. It got annoying. Dallas gently took my hand, his expression serious. If you have any nerves about the wedding, you'll talk to me, right? Yes. In fact, I want to discuss the wedding. The passenger door flew open, and an irate Livy Stanton was glaring up at me. I was too stressed to realize that Dallas was parked in front of my house. Livy, I'm sorry about your Cadillac, but I'm not mad about the Cadillac, Livy interrupted. I'm angry that you didn't bother making me your maid of honor. I get that you scoff at convention, but it is not prudent to tell an influencer that you're getting married before you tell your best friend. Her shrieking was probably going to wake up my grandmother. I held up a hand. Let's go inside. I need a shower and change, and then I will catch you up, I suggested. Livy curtly nodded, storming up the driveway and up the steps of the wooden porch to the little house that Grandma Mabel and I rented. We followed Livy inside. Do you have something to tell me, dear? Grandma asked as soon as she opened the door to my bedroom. I had just changed into a pair of black dress slacks and a matching shirt when she entered. I pushed the comb through my curly hair one more time, trying to figure out what to tell her. I took a deep breath and faced my grandma. I was 5 inches taller than she was, but the woman's steely stare still made me want to turn tail and run. A lot happened, Grandma. I promise, I was going to tell you. It just happened last night. Then some crazy girl vandalized Livy's car. Dallas had to get it fixed. Then my grandmother shoved my bedroom door closed and gestured to the queen-size bed Dallas had bought me for Christmas last year. I plopped down on it, and she joined me. Tamara, I love you dearly. You are my favorite granddaughter, Mabel confessed. I'm going to give you a piece of advice. Just because you're pregnant, it doesn't mean that you have to get married right away. I thought after what happened to your parents, you would be more responsible. But I understand that these things do happen. Now, are you worried about your job at the shrink center? Mabel asked. It's not called the shrink center, and I'm most definitely not pregnant. Honestly, this is all my fault. I didn't listen when you told me that Dallas had feelings for me. Now you'll be with Dallas forever. Isn't that what you want? Grandma asked, clutching her chest. I think that man is perfect for you. Her words startled me. Dallas was impulsive, exciting, and extremely driven. I guess I could be with someone like that. And he was my friend's soulmate. But Dallas was never the type to sit on the sidelines. If he had been in love with me for years, he would have made a move sooner. I highly doubt that he has been in love with me for years, but Livy strolled into the room, her eyes wide with excitement. We need to start planning this union, which will most definitely be a harmonious one. Another word of the day? I asked. No, I told you I stopped using that thing. It was mundane. Child, just tell us what you're really trying to say, Grandma encouraged. Well, I took it upon myself as your maid of honor to plan your bachelorette party. Florida, here we come! That was a quick turnaround. Hadn't Livy been yelling at me because she was under the impression that she wasn't my maid of honor? Maybe Dallas intervened. He did have a way with people. Other than you and my sister, I really don't have anyone else to put in my wedding, I said. Renae was being considered for my mother's sake. Right, your bossy nature puts people off. I keep on forgetting that, Livy said. I have plenty of friends that I can lend you. I love big wedding parties, Grandma said. Las Vegas sounds great, I countered as I got to my feet. Both women sent me death glares that told me that they would murder me if I did such a thing. I was suddenly realizing that I was about to lose my grip on the control that I cherished. I sucked in a deep breath. All I would have to do was tell Dallas how I was feeling. He would make sense of it all. And hopefully he would realize that this engagement was a terrible idea.
Chapter 17. Dallas. I love big wedding parties, Mare's grandmother said, and I just knew that my fiancé was probably on the verge of freaking out. After being left in the living room, I decided to go find the women. That's when I heard the conversation that would have been anxiety-inducing for a person that didn't have control issues. Las Vegas sounds great, Mare countered, in a tone that suggested that the conversation was over. Agitation filled my chest. Mare's next logical move was to run. I waited for Livy and Mabel to leave the room, then I barged into Mare's room and nearly crashed into her. There you are, baby, I said, brushing a kiss to her lips. Mare's sharp intake of breath made a grin desperate to stretch across my face, but I reached out and caressed her warm cheek with a fingertip. We're going to be late, Dallas, Mare said, flustered. I dropped a kiss on her nose and enjoyed the sigh that came out of her mouth. You didn't give me a kiss good morning. Mare bit her lip, then wrapped her arms around my neck. Moments later, her plump lips were crashing against mine. Our kiss was innocent, until her tongue slid into my mouth. My hands gripped her hips and our mouths moved. Her body felt delicious against me, and I craved more closeness. Out of instinct, I lifted Mare onto the dresser and took hold of one of her legs and wrapped it around my waist. It was disappointing that she was wearing dress pants, but my mind nearly blanked out when she wrapped her other leg around me, causing the sensitive parts of us to touch. Our kiss deepened as my hips began to move against her. She gasped as her hands moved to my shoulders, her grip tightening. It was bliss having Mare like that, losing her mind to our connection. Hello, folks, it's time to go, Livy said, clapping her hands, as if the racket would help us move faster. Mare lurched away from my lips, her eyes wide with surprise. I couldn't help but place an open-mouthed kiss to her ear. We should continue this later, I whispered, making her mouth drop open. I pulled away, feeling unfulfilled but pleased at the same time. I caught my breath as Mare hopped off the dresser. Give me a second to change. My pants are wrinkled, she said. For a moment, I thought of staying around for the show. But I followed Livy into the cozy living room and sat beside her on the couch. Good job, Dee. She's a bit shell-shocked, but I think you'll convince her to walk down the aisle sooner or later, Livy said. We'll get married when Tamara's ready. The last thing I wanted to do was talk to Livy about Tamara. There was another issue that hung out in my chaotic mind. Did you tell Tamara about Matt? Livy let out one of her dramatic sighs. She barely likes it when I talk about Phil. Why would I bring up Matt? You know what our girl would say. She would tell you that you're wasting your time, I replied. Livy let out a fake, high-pitched laugh. It's really Matt that's wasting his time. Believe me, I have no desire to get married again. Some harmless fun won't hurt anyone, Livy said. An image of Livy's trashed car made me think that she needed to find another source of fun. Instead of judging her, I pulled out my phone and found a text from Byron. Byron, Mayday, everyone thinks that you're a playa that misled a married woman. That fantastic text was followed by a link to an article. I clicked on it and saw a photo of me and some reality star wannabe that Renae introduced me to. I didn't bother reading the article. Me. Fake news. Byron. Lol, I think I was cropped out of that picture. Byron shot me a text of the actual picture, and I rolled my eyes. Moments later, he told me to check Instagram. I checked and smiled when I saw that Byron tagged everyone in the picture and included a lengthy description of the charity that the event was meant to support. I, of course, liked the comment and was about to Insta-stalk my fiancé when I felt a kiss to my forehead. I glanced up to see that Tamara now wore another pair of black dress pants and a conservative blue top that didn't display her curves. Hey, Dee, we're ready to go. I got to my feet and brushed a kiss to her lips, unable to fight the temptation. All right, ladies, let's go. I have a meeting to attend. Mare, will you be okay getting home? I asked, knowing that her hunk of junk was in the shop. I needed to rectify that situation. Since we were engaged, she could no longer argue against me buying her a car. What were you reading? Livy asked. I'll tell you guys in the car, I replied. This had to be a bad sign. But I didn't want to dash my hopes yet. I adjusted the confining tie that I wore for a virtual meeting. Byron also wore a suit and tie, though his dark hair was a bit unruly. We were logged into a meeting that Byron was hosting, with no representative in sight. I glanced at the clock on my laptop and wondered when Byron was supposed to determine that this meeting was a total loss. My phone vibrated in my pocket, and I itched to check to see if Mare needed me for something. But I knew better than to throw off my game. Before I could tell Byron to end the meeting, a woman with short black hair wearing glasses appeared. Her impassive face told me everything I needed to know, but Byron still turned on his awkward charm. Good morning. You don't look like Bill Williams. Are you his assistant? His question only made the woman arch a brow. Assistant, I'm the head of PR. Bill is in a meeting, so he doesn't have time to speak with the both of you, she said. Although the woman couldn't be any more than 30, she acted as if she were speaking to toddlers. Look, ma'am, your self-important backward way of talking is giving me a headache. It's obvious that Bill doesn't want to meet with us. I'm just trying to figure out why. Byron's blunt words startled me. I didn't have a poker face like Miss Stuck-Up, so shot him a what the expression. If you wished for me to speak plainly, Bill Williams is the brother of Tony Williams, the husband of the woman that Dallas was seen with. Out of respect for his brother, Bill is choosing not to invest in your company. The head of PR left the meeting, obviously uninterested in hearing another word from us. Stupid hag! I'll be sure to inform our followers that Bill Williams is a pussy. You should probably end the meeting, man, I replied, feeling overwhelmed. Sure thing, Byron said. The next thing I knew, the meeting with our only lifeline was over. Damn it all to hell. I wasn't the type to mess with married women. In fact, I hadn't been on a date since Via. The last 5 years were spent building something with the pieces I was given. I rubbed my face as my phone vibrated yet again. I pulled it out of my pocket and saw a text from Mom. Mom, you and Tamara are having dinner at my house on Sunday at 5 o'clock. Me, I need to confirm that with Mare. Mom, she's coming. I have faith in you.
Chapter 18. Tamara. I walked into the lunchroom and made a beeline for the freezer. I had a microwavable dinner stashed away in case of emergencies. A whistle startled me. I spun around and saw Livy with a stack of pizza boxes in her arms. "Pizza on me to celebrate T's engagement to Dallas!" she shouted as a trio of senior staff members entered the room. I collapsed into one of the plastic chairs that surrounded the rectangular table. It was official. This news was spreading like the chickenpox did in preschool. I pulled my phone out of my purse and turned it on. The incessant buzzing told me that a boatload of notifications were waiting for me. Letting out a groan, I opened up Instagram and discovered that 1,000 additional people were now following me. Cindy tagged me in her "Congratulations to Dallas and Tamara" post. Since I was a glutton for punishment, I decided to read some of the comments, which ranged from congratulatory to bitter and downright disrespectful. A couple of users complained about my fashion sense, and it pissed me off that Renae had the nerve to like their comments. Sighing, I was just about to switch to another app when I saw a comment. "I wonder if Donovan is invited to the wedding." The comment gave me the chills. I closed my Instagram app and rubbed my forehead. In less than 24 hours, that monster's name had been dredged up twice. Why? "You okay, T?" Livy asked, placing a plate of pizza in front of me. I eyed the senior counselors who helped themselves to the pizza and decided that they weren't listening. "Did I ever tell you about what really happened with Donovan?" I whispered. Livy nodded, her expression growing sympathetic. "During your only drunken night. Speaking of Donovan, did your mother finally tell you that he's being paroled in a couple of weeks?" The horror of Livy's statement made my breath catch. "What? No, this can't be true. Mom would mention if my crazy attacker was being paroled. She would tell me." "How do you know that?" I demanded, my voice stiff. "I had a guy of mine keep tabs on him. Apparently, Donovan is a model prisoner. He goes to church and even runs a Bible study. You know, all of the things that people desperate to be paroled do." My mother's phone call interrupted my chance to grill Livy. I glared at the screen, tired of hearing from this woman. I knew that she would persistently call me until she received a response, so I answered the call. "Your wedding day is October 28th, Mom informed me, and it felt like my throat was going to close up. "October 28th? I asked, shock filling my body. "Yes, Renae isn't busy on that day, and you should scoop up Dallas before he changes his mind about you. Patricia has agreed on the date. You have to go back to Weston to meet with a pastor this weekend. Aside for Renae, who do you plan on putting in the wedding?" Renae, the brat that publicly humiliated me by liking a comment that disparaged my appearance, was going to be included in my wedding day? Oh, hell no. "I'm planning on only having Livy as a bridesmaid," I coolly responded. "You will not embarrass this family by not including your sister," my mother shouted. "Now, Renae will be in this wedding since you stole her man from her." "Dallas has no interest in Renae," I argued, anger and jealousy pounding within me. "You keep telling yourself that," the woman taunted, the line going dead moments later. I eyed Livy, who shot me a sympathetic expression. "Well, you gotta face a bit of adversity if you're going to marry a prince," Livy reasoned, jabbing a finger at me. "Eat." "Fine," I grumbled. The only consolation was that the pizza was delicious. I wanted to rejoice when I realized that I was on my last client of the day. I strolled out of the elevator and entered the waiting room to collect Virginia, Edward's wife. The moment that the heavy-set woman approached, her body odor reached my nose. I eyed the stains covering her blue t-shirt and winced. Her dark brown hair was long, stringy, and terribly greasy. "Hi, Virginia," I greeted. "Follow me."
Fine,
Virginia whined. I breathed through my mouth the entire time I was stuck in the elevator with her. I led her into the room that was assigned to me. The older woman dramatically plopped down in the seat across from me. I sat and logged into the laptop and opened her file.
I went to the doctor's today,
Virginia immediately began.
My doctor is a jerk. I'm getting a new one.
I studied Virginia, who had misty blue eyes. "Why do you think that you need a new doctor?" I asked, curious.
He actually told me that I need to lose weight. He didn't like my A1C last month and told me that it would improve if I went on a diet. And he wouldn't sign the paperwork, she whined.
"What paperwork?" I wondered.
I'm trying to get into a retirement community. This building will accept my application if I can prove that I have a disability. The doctor told me that he doesn't feel that I'm qualified.
I racked my brain trying to figure out what disability Virginia had. What disability did you need him to sign off on? I wondered, dreading the trajectory of this conversation.
I'm a diabetic, have depression, and they think that there's something wrong with my knee,
Virginia listed. I bit my tongue, knowing that whatever was going to come out of this woman's mouth was going to be irritating. "What's wrong with your knee?" I asked.
I got up too fast and hurt it. They think it's arthritis,
Virginia said, which I knew was an exaggeration. "Really?" I asked. Virginia let out a sigh.
I asked the doctor to recommend me to a specialist. At first, he was dragging his feet, but when I called for the 10th time, he finally referred me to one.
Virginia explained.
I also requested physical therapy for my knee.
The thought of even going to a doctor gave me the shivers. Why did this woman want to visit all of these specialists? "And what did he say about physical therapy?" I inquired.
He won't give it to me, she complained. And Edward didn't help things.
"Why not?" I asked, after the woman stared at me with an expectant expression.
He screamed at me yesterday. He came home and dinner wasn't ready and the dishes were still in the sink. He told me that I should have cooked, but I didn't feel good yesterday. I think that my arthritis was acting up.
"We don't know if it's arthritis yet," I gently reminded Virginia, who shook her head.
I know that it's arthritis. You don't have to tell me. I'm feeling the worst pain ever,
Virginia cried. I handed her the box of tissues, and she noisily blew into one as tears fell down her face. I was positive that Virginia was a hypochondriac. During the last session, she had informed me that she was going for a back scan because it was suspected that she had scoliosis. I had the sense that Edward would give up on his wife someday. Then where would we be? The man was at the end of his rope. "Did the doctor confirm it?" I cautiously inquired.
My doctor doesn't know what he's talking about. He told me that I had to stop eating sugary snacks if I wanted my A1C to improve. I'm getting another one, Virginia huffed.
I was dying to close my eyes and count to 10. Instead, I concentrated on the woman in front of me. "Virginia, why are you getting angry?" I asked.
Because everyone's attacking me. My doctor is telling me to change my diet. Edward says that I need to take more showers, and you're saying that my doctor's right about everything.
Her crying quickly turned into loud sobs that made my ears ring. "Virginia, why do you think that we are attacking you?" I wondered.
Because you're self-centered and think that you're better than everyone. It's so obvious by that picture on Instagram. And rumor has it that you broke up the relationship between your mother and your stepfather.
My anger lashed out, uncaring of the environment. You do not bring up my family in these sessions, Virginia. They are none of your business. Besides, my mother and stepfather are still together, I argued.
No wonder why Donovan is so angry with you. I heard that you interfered with his chance to be with Renae. You remind me of my daughter. She just sticks her nose into things that aren't her business. Did you know that 2 nights ago she had the nerve to tell me to get a job? Hello, I have a disability. I don't need a job.
I was stuck on her mentioning Donovan, so couldn't fully register the other crap that she was whining about. In that moment, I was tempted to tell Edward to give up on Virginia, that she was a toxic individual. But I kept my trap shut. Instead, I allowed Virginia to rant about Edward and her daughter without interruption. There was no point attempting to ask any questions. Virginia was looking for a therapist that was seen, not heard. She was only interrupted by the sound of my phone alarm. Virginia rolled her eyes.
Seriously? Do you have extra time? I'm not done with my story, she whined.
Sorry, Virginia, I have somewhere to be in half an hour, I said, gesturing to my laptop. You have to sign your session notes, I said.
Not until I read them, Virginia replied.
I nodded, and she took the laptop and sighed during some moments. Then she handed it back to me.
Your notes are subpar at best,
Virginia criticized. I ignored her words since she had already been through 5 therapists. I was tempted to get rid of the woman because I was unsettled by her interest in my life. I would be sure to speak to my supervisor in the morning. Sorry to disappoint you. Let me walk you to the elevator, I said as I shut down my laptop and shoved it in my travel case. I got to my feet, relieved that the painful session was over. Virginia limped her way to the elevator and shot me dagger eyes the entire way. I ignored her, having the feeling that a complaint would be waiting for my supervisor in the morning. Unfortunately, it was just her and me in the elevator. She scowled in my direction.
You shouldn't have interrupted me, Virginia said. I was in the middle of my story.
I'm sorry, we ran out of time, I said.
No, you're being selfish,
Virginia accused. I was fortunate when the doors slid open and she hobbled out. I followed her as far as the outer glass doors. I wasn't sorry to see her go. I let out a sigh and ordered an Uber. Chapter 19. Tamara. A weight crushing down on my feet pulled me out of dreamland. I rubbed my eyes and registered that the credits to an action movie that I discovered on Netflix were rolling on my flat screen. I eyed Livy, who was still sitting on my feet. Mind getting up? I asked, exasperated. Only if you agree to what I'm about to ask you to do. I eyed the clock and realized that it was just after 8:30. I had put on the movie to relax and ended up sleeping right through it. Fine, I grumbled. Livy squealed and got to her feet. It was then that I got a good look at her. She was dressed in a hot pink mini dress with a plunging neckline. Her blonde hair was in a high ponytail that rivaled Ariana Grande's. Her wedges were so high that it looked like she'd gained half a foot. This will make up for you forgetting to take me shopping, she said, rushing over to the closet as if her property were stored inside it. Judging by Livy's appearance, I knew I had quite the night ahead of me. Moments later, she tossed a short, black mini dress onto the bed. She followed it up by dropping black heels on the floor in front of me. You have 15 minutes to get dressed. Livy ran out of the room, not giving me a chance to protest. This spelled trouble. But I stripped out of my comfortable loungewear and changed into the designated outfit. After putting on some makeup and teasing my curly hair into a half-up, half-down style, I grabbed the clutch that rested on my dresser and left my room. You look great, Livy exclaimed. I shot her a tired smile, disappointed in myself for allowing her to drag me into her shenanigans. How did you get here? Phil dropped me off after our date. Now let's go, she urged as she tossed me a set of car keys. What's this? I hesitantly asked, knowing that her car was in the shop. Well, let's just say that Phil let me borrow his BMW, Livy said. Livy, if Phil dropped you off here, how did he get home? Enough with the questions, woman. We're late. I'll give you directions as you drive. I could just plug the address into my GPS, I pointed out as we walked into the chilly night. Not necessary. I rolled my eyes and unlocked the car, sliding into it. I still had my suspicions on how the BMW made its way to my house, but didn't bother accusing Livy. She eagerly got into the passenger side and began tossing instructions at me before I could even get the car started. Turn into the parking lot, Livy ordered 15 minutes later. I was too busy gawking at the neon sign. No way in hell am I going in there. T, you have to trust me, Livy pleaded. I glared at the PJ Gentlemen's Club sign and swallowed hard. There was no telling how much debauchery I would witness. I was dead, tired, and wasn't in the mood to shove myself into an uncomfortable situation. But we were already here, so I might as well walk in. All right, I said. Let's get this over with. After parking, we exited the car and made our way inside. I was relieved that we were the only customers heading into the building. I was immediately overwhelmed by the sound of pounding music, boisterous men, and the scent of cigarette smoke mixed in with booze. The lights were bright, and my eyes naturally went to the stage where a buxom blonde was dancing on the pole. Livy hooked her arm through mine and pulled me into the throng of men. Some of them eyed us lustfully, which caused my heartbeat to spike. I was not one for confrontation and didn't want to fight off thirsty bachelors. My panic only increased when I realized that Livy was leading us to an area where men would typically go if they wanted a private show. There were small rooms that had velvet curtains instead of doors. 2 muscled men paced the hallway, as if waiting for trouble. Livy, where are you taking me? I shouted over the music. She ignored the obvious question and waved at the employee that manned the short gate for this section of the club. To my surprise, he pressed a button and we walked right through. I wanted to ask questions, but then Livy dragged me through the velvet curtains of the first room on the left. I blinked hard, as if the sight would change. But nope. I stood in a room which had 1 chair. A man with shoulder-length blonde hair stood to the side of the chair, his back facing me. But I'd recognize those broad shoulders anywhere. Why don't you give my man a lap dance? Matt said. I glared daggers at the back of his head. He needs to be reminded what he would be missing if he got hitched. Fire consumed me when I heard the other voice. I'm all set, Dallas said. It's just a dance, a brunette said. All I could see was the back of her, and my eyes took in the well-oiled olive skin and a booty that probably took up a row of seats on a plane. She was leaning over a seated man, her boobs right in his face. Oh, come on, man. You can't turn down a gift. Matt laughed. I couldn't believe what I was seeing. Matt was actually pressuring Dallas into a lap dance. I couldn't let this happen. I didn't think I could watch another woman grind on the guy that I was in love with. Wait. In love? Was I truly in love with Dallas? My stomach rolled, and the hot pocket that I scarfed down for dinner was about to paint the tiled floor of the stupid club. Matt! Dallas! Sorry we're late! Livy practically screeched. Matt jumped, then spun around, his dark eyes widening in surprise. The stripper stepped back and walked out of the curtained room. Dallas got to his feet, his eyes wide with shock. Mare, you all right? He asked. I don't know, I honestly said, trying to keep dinner down. Matt scowled at me. You can't let this guy have a little bit of fun? Do you have to show up everywhere? His hateful words took me back a step. Livy dragged me here. I had no idea that you would be trying to coerce Dallas into getting a lap dance, I fired back. Livy batted her eyelashes at Matt. The next time you want to go to a strip club with your boys, you might not want to lie to your girlfriend about it. Then take a selfie and upload it on Instagram, Livy suggested. A flash of guilt appeared in Matt's eyes. He rubbed his temples, clearly exhausted by living a double life. I'll be at the bar, Dallas, Matt said. The playboy sent me a nasty glare on his way out of the room. Livy smirked, the expression meaning trouble for someone in the universe. I'll make sure Matt stays out of trouble. After Livy left the room, I stared at Dallas. He was dressed casually in jeans and a polo shirt. He wore his favorite Jordans and had shades covering his beautiful eyes. I plucked the designer shades off his face and made eye contact with him. I had no idea you were here. This was one of Livy's crazy plans. Dallas got to his feet and shrugged. Matt told me that he wanted to blow off steam. As long as you don't cheat, you aren't doing anything wrong by accepting a lap dance, I said, more to convince myself. You may say that, Mare, but you still look disgusted, Dallas countered, his eyes trained on the ground. I needed to fix this. I knew it. Plenty of men went to strip clubs and enjoyed the show. Was it something that I spent my time doing? Hell no. But I couldn't place my insecurities on him. But how was I supposed to give him the okay to go to the strip club if even the thought of seeing him with another woman made me sick? How was I supposed to tell him that the wedding was off if I thought that I loved him? I badly wished that I were still seeing my old therapist so that I could try to sort out my feelings. I needed to try to be honest with Dallas. I was jealous, I blurted out. The next thing I knew, Dallas's arms were around me. You have no need to be, sweetheart, he whispered, pressing a hot kiss to my neck. You look so beautiful. His lips sucked on that sensitive spot, and I let out a sharp breath. His lips traveled from my neck to my ear, his teeth gently pulling at my earlobe. Then, his lips were pressed against mine, and all I wanted was to sink into him. My tongue joined his as his hands fisted my hair, his kiss getting hotter by the second. I held onto his shoulders, wanting to use his body as an anchor. His scent, his hands, his mouth were all making desire flood me. Well, I guess you won't be needing that lap dance, a female voice dryly commented. Dallas loosened his grip on my hair, but brushed one more tender kiss to my lips, regretfully pulling away. I wanted to fall through the floor, but Dallas looked as though he would continue what he started. The stripper be damned. I eyed the stripper, who had a forced smile on her face. It was obvious that she was disappointed that she couldn't dip into Dallas's wallet. I eyed Dallas. You might want to tip the woman for her time, I whispered. Dallas fished his wallet out and selected a few crisp hundreds and tossed it to the woman. Go away, he said. She smirked and left the room. Dallas pulled me to him and kissed me again. A half an hour later, Dallas and I walked arm in arm out of the gentlemen's club. The air was slightly chilly, but it didn't even faze me. I led him to the BMW, then paused. We can't leave Livy, I said, pulling my phone out of my clutch. I tapped the screen and noticed that I had a couple of texts. Livy. Don't be mad. Left with Matt. Livy. You're welcome. Livy. We'll send Butler to pick up Phil's car at Dallas's house. Livy.
Leave keys in ignition.
Livy.
Turning off phone now.
Okay then, I said, wanting to wring Livy's neck. This had clearly been a setup. What? Dallas asked. It will be easier if I stay with you tonight. Livy's butler is picking up the car at your place. In my place it is. By the time we made it to Dallas's house, exhaustion was weighing me down. I left the keys in the ignition like Livy ordered, even though I felt funny about it. Then Dallas wrapped his arm around me and led me inside his abode and flipped on the light to the kitchen. As soon as the door closed behind us, I let out a long yawn. It looks like I'll have to be getting you to bed, he said. This was too much excitement for me. Dallas laughed and kissed the top of my head. Me too, Mare. Want to borrow a t-shirt? Yes, this dress has got to go, I declared. Dallas let out a chuckle. I disagree. I rolled my eyes and led the way up the stairs. I giggled when he patted my butt. I'm enjoying the view. Desire filled me, but the exhaustion dampened it. As soon as I stepped into Dallas's room, I frowned. He had forgotten to shut the light to his room. I wanted to comment, but felt too tired to. He pulled a t-shirt from one of his dresser drawers and tossed it to me. I have to do something. Give me a minute, he said, then exited the room. I changed into the t-shirt and folded my clothes, placing them in a relatively neat pile on the dresser. Then I got into Dallas's bed, closed my eyes, and fell asleep. Chapter 20. Tamara. Tamara! A familiar voice called as I headed to the elevator. The previous night's excursion to the strip club, coupled with a gut-wrenching session with a client who was finally able to speak of past traumas, sapped my energy. But I stopped and turned to face Dean Butler, the supervisor who was overseeing my internship. He was tall, with chocolate-colored skin, dreadlocks, and a smile that made his eyes sparkle. He wore a white dress shirt with sleeves that were rolled up to his elbows and black dress pants paired with dress shoes that had a shine to them. His expression seemed open enough, so I relaxed, knowing that the conversation was going to be pleasant. Hi, Dean, I said. I have to attend a meeting with the director on Friday. Your review has been rescheduled to Monday, he announced. Well, that was disappointing. I forced myself not to react to that news. Thanks for letting me know, I said. No problem. Are you heading to your last class? He asked, excitement radiating from his eyes. That had to be a good thing, right? Why would he be so happy to have me graduate if he didn't want to hire me? Yes, I'm looking forward to it, I said. Well, congratulations and see you on Monday, he said. Thanks, I said, resuming my trek to the elevator. The Uber driver dropped me off in the parking lot of Wallace College. Dallas hadn't been able to pick me up. He had something to attend to. Livy was still at the center meeting with a client who only left the house when the sun went down. I missed Dallas's company on the ride. I guess I was growing accustomed to finishing my internship with a smile and a kiss from him. By the time I slung my computer bag over my shoulder and walked over to the psychology building, my excitement grew. There would be no more lectures, exams, PowerPoint presentations, or research papers. My days of staying up late to finish reading an assignment were behind me. Our class was only meeting to turn in our final papers and to have a pizza party. The week prior, everyone donated money to the fund so that the professor could place a massive order online. I stepped into the building and was greeted by Katie Jacks, a short woman with long black hair and olive skin. She squealed upon seeing me. Tamara, it's so good to see you. Let me see it, she insisted. See what? I wondered, feeling out of sorts. Katie and I had worked on a few projects together, but it wasn't as if we were actually friends. Your ring, Katie reminded me. I lifted my left hand, and her kind eyes suddenly had a flash of envy in them. I can't believe that Dallas proposed before Nick. When did the two of you start dating? The accusation in her tone made me uneasy. From what I understood, Katie was in a happy relationship with Nick, a police officer that was once featured on the 5 o'clock news for rescuing a toddler who was nearly run over by a truck. She had gone as far as emailing the news clip to everyone in the class. A while, I said, figuring to keep the answer vague. Excited about the party? Katie suddenly schooled her features, concealing her true emotions from me. After dealing with Virginia, I was in no mood for games. I'm leaving after I turn in my paper. I don't think that there's a need to be there. Since I understood her sentiments, I nodded. I feel you. I kind of wish that we were allowed to email our papers, I said. Afraid that Professor Gomez wouldn't order your favorite pizza? Katie joked as another student rushed past us, carrying what looked like a gift bag. Holy crap. Was I supposed to buy a gift for someone? No, although Dallas did promise me a sushi dinner if he finished his meeting early, I replied. New love is always great, isn't it? Katie huffed. We don't want to be late. I had no comprehension of why Katie was acting so peculiar. But it wasn't my concern since I was plagued by other problems. Professor Gomez, a tall, thin man with an impressive mustache, stood by the door of the classroom and grinned. He gestured to a box that was resting on a chair. Drop them in, he encouraged. I pulled off my backpack and fished out my labor of love. A sense of relief washed over me after I deposited the paper in the box. Katie eyed Professor Gomez with a pleading expression. I can have my paper in by midnight. My computer. Have it in by 10:30 p.m., and we have a deal, he said. Are you staying for the festivities? No, I better finish my paper, Katie said. The frantic student rushed away, taking her weird energy with her. Tamara, you stay right here for a moment, Professor Gomez insisted. I had a bad feeling about his request, but figured that it didn't hurt to comply. He hefted the box and jogged down the hallway. I was most likely the last student to arrive, which was puzzling since it was still 5 minutes before class began. I suddenly longed for the monotony of last week where everything was boring and predictable. Anxiety filled my chest at the memory of Dallas proposing to me. I knew I had feelings for him. It wasn't like I didn't want to marry Dallas. I just enjoyed our platonic relationship. I mean, who was I going to complain to if Dallas, my husband, said something insensitive? Livy was a good friend, sure, but we didn't have the same connection that Dallas and I did. It's too bad that Katie couldn't stay, Professor Gomez lamented as soon as he returned without a box in his grip. It is, I said, though her presence meant nothing to me. Follow me, the professor urged. I sighed and allowed him to enter the classroom first. As soon as he stepped to the side, my classmates yelled, Surprise! I frowned as my eyes bounced around the room. I spotted the congratulations banner hanging from the wall. At first, I assumed that the class was celebrating the fact that I was graduating at the top of the class. But then I spotted the stack of gifts on one of the desks, the cake that had a bride drawn on its surface, and the bride sash that Angela King was walking over to me with. Come on, girl, the woman said. This is your day. I smiled at her and took the sash with shaking hands. Thank you, I softly said. We only had 2 days, but we managed it, Angela said as my heart grew warm. I smiled at the shorter woman and allowed her to lead me to one of the desks. The desks were rearranged in a semicircle. I sat and smiled when Jason, a middle-aged man with salt and pepper hair, handed me a glass of sparkling water. Weak, but won't get us kicked out of school, he joked. I chuckled and took a sip. So, how did he propose? Angela asked after she plopped down beside me. I smiled at her. On his patio. Everyone listened with interest as I described the proposal. I was surprised to see how excited the other members of my class were. But then again, I would have been thrilled if any of them had gotten engaged. I was torn between feeling honored that people had spent time and money on the celebration of my impending nuptials and feeling overwhelmed. If the wedding didn't happen, what would all of these people think? So sweet, Angela gushed. Let me get a look at the ring again. Angela, enough. Let the girl drink, Jason teased, which made the rest of the students laugh. The door suddenly flew open, and I saw my mother rush into the room followed by my sister. My mother is here? I squeaked. Katie's idea, Angela reluctantly explained. She invited them before I could stop her. Angela and I were friendly enough that she knew that seeing my sister and mother in my domain would be unsettling. Welcome, the bride-to-be has just told us how she got engaged, Professor Gomez said. He seemed a bit perplexed, but went with it. After all, it was the last day of classes. Oh, wow. This is so beautiful that I doubt I can top it. I guess no wedding shower for you, Tamara, Renae said, letting out a fake laugh, despite the lack of humor her statement provided. She was obviously upset that Dallas had proposed. You look familiar, Jason said, his brow furrowing. I get that a lot, Renae replied, a gleam in her eyes. Jason suddenly snapped his fingers. My niece watches your show. I ignored the gleam in Renae's eye and went back to sipping my drink. My classmates were nice enough, but they weren't going to focus on me for too long. Renae was a TV star, and I was sure that no one in the room had ever met someone famous prior to this hellish night. I'm glad to hear that your niece loves the show. It's getting a reboot, Renae announced. Will you be in this reboot? A woman named Ashley inquired. I'll be making cameos, but I have a few movies lined up, Renae said as she took a seat. It looks like there is some really good pizza here. I'm sorry that this was last minute, Angela said. Did you get a chance to buy anything for the lovely couple? Renae tilted back her head and laughed. Yeah, right. Dallas and I went out on a few dates. Trust me when I say he is only trying to make me jealous, Renae accused. Embarrassment threatened to swallow me when a few of the girls shot me venomous expressions. I wouldn't have been surprised if they had gotten up and snatched their contributions to the gift table and stormed out of the room. This was uncomfortable for everyone. Renae, stop your teasing. This place looks lovely, my mom chimed in as she joined the circle. So, is everyone happy about graduation? I didn't miss how Ashley shot me an annoyed expression. She was definitely on Team Renae. I suppose that it didn't matter since I wouldn't be seeing most of these people after graduation. Why don't you come to the bathroom with me? Angela whispered. I gladly stood and excused myself and followed my classmate out of the room. We didn't speak until we entered the bathroom. What in the hell is wrong with your sister? Angela demanded. I don't know, I said, sadness choking up my voice. If little Seven proposed to her, I would have been happy for her. Angela wrapped an arm around me. Dallas can't stand the woman. Everyone knows that. How can we get rid of her? Angela wondered. We can't. Renae came here to take the attention from me, and that's what she did. Think about it. She waltzed in and implied that she was dating Dallas first. I explained before telling Angela what happened at the dinner held in Renae's honor. Angela chuckled when I told her about Renae having the runs, though I didn't mention Livy's involvement. Wow, what a fake. Don't you worry, Tamara. People will see what she's really like someday, Angela predicted. I highly doubt that, I said as the door swung open. Katie entered, her stressed expression turning to one of surprise when she spotted us. "Now the shower has turned into Renae's day," Angela announced to the girl. "I hope you're happy." Katie shook her head. "It can't be that bad," the woman said, trying for denial. "Right," Angela snorted. "Keep telling yourself that. Now, come on, it's time to open gifts." By the time I entered the classroom with Angela, Jason, Professor Gomez, my mother, and Renae were the only ones left in the room. Angela gasped at the sight of my demolished cake. "Who cut the cake without the bride?" Angela shouted. "Sorry to cut this party short. We have a family emergency. I just told everyone to take the food. Jason here offered to stay and help you load your presents into the car," Mother announced. "What's the emergency?" I demanded, glaring at Renae. "We'll tell you in the car. We'll have the limo drop you off at your grandmother's house," my mom offered. I have plans with Dallas after this. I have to call him," I pointed out, fishing my phone out of my purse. I quickly dialed Dallas, who picked up after the first ring. "Hey, your class over?" Dallas inquired. "Yes. My classmates bought us gifts. They threw a wedding shower for me," I said. "I'll help you with the gifts. Professor Gomez's classroom, right?" "Yes," I forced out. "Bye, Mare. I love you." "I love you too," I replied. I reluctantly hung up the phone. Renae shot me a venomous expression. "That was so unnecessary. We have a driver and limo here," my mother argued. "I don't want anything from you," I snapped. Renae shot Mom a worried glance. I had no idea why, since I couldn't do anything to her. Perhaps she was concerned about Angela and Jason. "Tamara, you shouldn't be acting like a bridezilla at a time like this," my mother lectured. I couldn't believe that she'd uttered those words to me. I was tempted to point out that Renae was acting like a bridezilla and she wasn't even a bride. But I thought better of it. "Just go," I said, slumping into a chair. "We really do have a family emergency, Tamara," Renae weakly defended. "Dad cut his hand while he was slicing vegetables. He just got back from the ER. Jason didn't even hide his look of disgust. Angela let out a groan. "It looks like I'll have to bake you another cake, Tamara," my friend said, as she cast her gaze upon the empty cake pan.